Chapter 821 Battle on the Dead Star. General Insha. My second trial of the three mysterious gates of life and death has something to do with her? Yichen was startled. Since Huyen Divine Master said that General Insha was the most powerful among his 5 disciples, it must mean that she is even more formidable than General Azure Dragon Long Shao. If Long Shao had already reached the 7-star sovereign realm, does that not mean that General Insha could very likely be at the 8-star sovereign realm or even the 9-star sovereign realm? What kind of trial would it be related to such a character in the second trial of the 3 mysterious gates of life and death? Yi Chun looked curiously at Huyen Divine Master. He heard Huyen Divine Master continue to say, "Back then, Insha was unruly, using a treasure known as Sun Spirit Ganoderma, which I used for concocting medicines, to create combat dolls corresponding to her various realms. The second trial of the 3 mysterious gates of life and death will be to battle with a combat doll of Insha at your corresponding realm. You are at the lower God King realm, and therefore you must battle with Insha's combat doll of the lower God King realm. Insha is a genius that my extreme spirit clan has only seen emerge once over countless eras. Even though the combat doll cannot display her entire combat power, if you can defeat the combat doll she left behind, when you go to the true spirit continent in the future, you will certainly have the capability to go through the extreme spirit martial land selection and meet her in person." With that said, Huyen Divine Master turned to look at Yi Chun. Back then, all 324 cursors were defeated by the various realm combat dolls left by Insha. The combat doll has been placed by me in a specially created void, and to truly test the strength of cursors, I have set it up with a life and death battle method. So, if you are defeated by Insha's combat doll, your death is certain. Yi Chen, when Insha created these combat dolls, she was already at the 9-star sovereign realm. The combat doll she crafted at the 9-star sovereign realm is, of course, extremely responsive. You must be careful when you battle the combat doll later and treat it as though you are fighting with a real martial artist. Hearing Huyen Divine Master's reminder, Yi Chun had a solemn expression on his face and said, "Yes, Divine Master Lord Huyen." Yi Chun, of course, needs to be exceedingly cautious. Although he didn't know what kind of treasure the Sun Spirit Ganoderma that was used to craft the combat doll was, just hearing the name suggested a profound connection to the Een Spirit Ganoderma he encountered in the first demon tomb. In addition, this item was crafted by a 9-star sovereign of the powerful Extreme Spirit Clan from the True Spirit Divine Kingdom. Without question, considering how Divine Master Huyen praised Insha, she was probably even stronger than Sovereign Xuechen, who was also of the 9-star sovereign realm from the Supreme Divine Institute. Even if he was fighting against the lower God King level combat doll left by her, Yi Chun did not dare to be the slightest bit negligent. After all, this was not a martial artist from the Wanmu Mountain, but one from the much stronger True Spirit Divine Kingdom. Yi Chun feared that the manner of the battle would be something he had never experienced before. "Divine Master Lord Huyen, where should I battle with General Insha's combat doll?" Yi Chun inquired of Divine Master Huyen. Divine Master Huyen looked at Yi Chun. "Are you ready to fight now?" Yi Chun nodded his head. Since the second trial of the 3 mysterious gates of life and death is unavoidable, there is no need to shrink away anymore. While he approached it with solemnity, there was no reason for further delay. Now was the time when Yi Chun had just entered the lower God King realm and had cultivated to the 5th chapter of the Primordial Star Scripture. His various techniques and his battle spirit were at their peak. To tackle the second trial of the 3 mysterious gates of life and death now was the best timing. "Divine Master Lord Huyen, I have already arrived at this divine mausoleum. I presume you wouldn't allow me extra time for further cultivation. Since that's the case, let's start the second trial of the 3 mysterious gates of life and death now. It's either death or survival. I also hope I can emerge alive sooner rather than later," Yi Chen earnestly said. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Huyen Divine Master nodded with a smile. "Of course, even if I allowed you to rest, at most I could give you a couple of hours. Since you're ready now, let's begin. Enter the battle space and fight with Insha's combat doll." As he spoke, Huyen Divine Master's residual soul pointed towards the dome of the Great Hall. Boom! Divine lights burst forth above the dome, and a peculiar spatial fluctuation started to appear above the dome. Yi-chun, step into the special space within the dome. There lies one of the dead star regions I fashioned in the past, originally meant for my disciples' cultivation. Now, it can be utilized for you to undergo the second trial of the 3 mysterious gates of life and death. Remember, once you set foot in the dead star region, only by killing Insha's combat doll can you escape from within. I am now merely a remnant soul and cannot interfere with the battles inside, and even less can I rescue you. Thus, everything depends on you. Now enter and fight. Amidst the resounding voice of Divine Master Huyen, Yi-chun nodded. Could this be a technique only possessed by a being that transcends the sovereign, the great Divine Master? With his mind and spirit trembling, Yi-chun took a step and entered the strange space within the dome. With a swoosh, as soon as he stepped into the space, he vanished from the dome. Upon seeing Yi-chun disappear, Huyen Divine Master's divine eyes also gazed at the dome, his look filled with worry and hope. Could this be the land of the dead star? The moment before, Yi-chun had just disappeared from the special space of the dome in the main tomb, and in the next instant, he found himself standing upon a vast and gray star continent. This star continent was immensely vast and equally dilapidated, completely lifeless and silent. What was even more terrifying was that this star continent seemed to float among the stars, and from afar, Yi-chun could see countless stars twinkling in the distant sky. If it wasn't for Huyen Divine Master's explanation that this was a specially forged space, Yi-chun might have believed he had truly arrived atop a dead star in the universe. Miraculous. The methods of a Divine Master are indeed full of miracles. As Yi-chun was observing this dead star, with a boom, he saw a white figure shooting towards him from the far distance at an explosive speed. In the blink of an eye, the white figure stopped in the void thousands of zhang away from him. Yi-chun looked towards the white figure and saw it was an extraordinarily beautiful woman with an extremely delicate face. A faint silver watermark adorned her forehead, and behind her back were a pair of silver wings, giving her the appearance of a moon palace fairy. Her aura revealed that of a lower god king. Seeing her bright eyes move, full of agility, Yi-chun realized that this incredible woman must be the combat doll forged by General Insha, as mentioned by Huyen Divine Master. General Insha looks like this? Fair skin, a delicate face, eyes as bright and sparkling as pearls, and also wearing a pair of silver wings. Indeed, she is a breathtaking woman. It remains to be seen what kind of techniques this combat doll has. As Yi-chun's mind and spirit flickered, the white-clad combat doll's eyes flashed with spiritual light as she turned her gaze to Yi-chun, and with her red lips slightly parting, she slowly said, "I'm about to make a move now. This battle is a fight to the death. The combatants, you either die or I die." Boom! As she spoke, the white-clad combat doll pinched her fair fingers, and her whole figure burst upwards thousands of zhang high. Meanwhile, as her silver wings behind her fluttered slowly, a long blade larger than her own body appeared in front of her. The next moment, the white-clad combat doll grabbed the long blade and with a swoosh, the blade slashed down, covering tens of thousands of zhang around Yi-chun with a barrage of blade shadows. Such terrifying blade light. Yi-chun instantly felt that the killing force of this swordsmanship was no less than that of the supreme heaven-reaching divine art, bloodlight blade technique, he had practiced. Luckily, Yi-chun was already on guard for every move of the white-clad combat doll. In the very instant she made her move, his figure flashed out of the tens of thousands zhang radius zone he was previously standing in, flying into the void. Otherwise, he would have likely fallen into the dense web of blade shadows in an instant. Even though Yi-chun avoided the strike, he was still immensely shaken, because the countless blade lights wielded by the white-clad combat doll had completely shredded the tens of thousands zhang radius zone where he had previously stood into smithereens. Terrifying. It was indeed fearsome. Seeing the power of her swordsmanship was beyond his expectations. However, the Dead Star was indeed an ideal place for battle, and since this area had been refined by Huyen Divine Master, it was especially unique. The large area of the domain that had been shredded into pieces by the white-clad combat doll's blade lights miraculously restored to its original state within a few breaths, as if nothing had ever happened. At this moment, the white-clad combat doll, holding a long blade even larger than herself, vanished from the void. The next moment, she swung out countless blade lights, attacking towards the new area of the void where Yi Chun stood. Of course, Yi Chun would not just passively take hits. Swoosh! Yi Chun's crimson fire flying sword, in the sword palace acupoint of his brow, instantly flew out. Following that, the crimson fire flying sword suddenly grew larger. 1 became 2, 2 became 4, 4 became 8, 8 became countless. In an instant, the crimson fire flying sword turned into a sky full of flying swords, and then, as the light from the flying swords quivered, they charged towards the blade lights of the white-clad combat doll to engage in combat. Yi Chun was not an ordinary lower god king. His combat power was enough to suppress countless earth divine venerables and even battle with heavenly divine venerables. The white-clad combat doll was also not an ordinary combat doll. She was forged by the 9-star sovereign Insha general, possessing numerous techniques from when Insha general was a lower god king. She too was extraordinary and boasted combat power across realms. In the fight with Yi Chun, she was not the slightest bit inferior, even subtly gaining a bit of an advantage. Their battle on the Dead Star led to hundreds of exchanges within moments, and the area of their fight had moved tens of thousands of li in an instant. As the battle raged on, a domain of tens of thousands of li on the Dead Star was torn apart continually, and yet it kept being restored. Chapter 8:22. Devour. Annihilate. The more Yi Chun fought, the more alarmed he became. He never imagined that the white-clothed battle doll refined by General Insha could be so strong. This white-clothed battle doll hasn't even reached the full combat power of General Insha's true self when he was a lower god king. Could it be that he was even stronger when he was a lower god king? No wonder she was able to cultivate to the 9-star sovereign. No wonder she was the most valued by Huyen Divine Master, the mightiest among his 5 disciples. No wonder she could be known as the once-in-an-aeon supreme talent of the true spirit divine kingdom. Seeing her like this, her true self must have been able to slay a lower heavenly divine venerable during her lower god king phase. As Yi Chun was astounded, in the main burial ground, Huyen Divine Master's remnant soul seemed to perceive the battle between Yi Chun and the white-clothed battle doll. At that moment, a worried expression appeared in Huyen Divine Master's remnant soul's eyes. The strongest battle doll left by Insha belongs to her time in the sovereign realm. Next to that would be her form from the God King realm. Back then, Insha obtained several absolutely powerful techniques in the God King realm. The swordsmanship the battle doll is using now is one of those powerful techniques from back then. Right now, this swordsmanship hasn't displayed its strongest combat power, but it won't be long before it accumulates to unleash its mightiest moves. If Yi Chun keeps this up, I'm afraid he absolutely won't be able to withstand it. Although Yi Chun is also powerful, it's clear that his techniques are far from matching those of the powerhouses of the true spirit divine kingdom. Although his divine arts are top-notch heaven-reaching divine arts, Insha's swordsmanship is a genuine mysterious heavenly divine art. While Huyen Divine Master was worried, on the Dead Star, Yi Chun and the white-clothed battle doll, refined by General Insha, had already fought their way to the central region of the Dead Star. The exchange of blows between the two had also accumulated to 1,000 moves. At this time, Yi Chun suddenly felt that the white-clothed battle doll's entire aura changed drastically, and even the killing force of the long sword in her hand seemed to undergo an unbelievable transformation. Then, something that shocked Yi Chun happened. With a fierce flap of the silver wings behind the white-clothed battle doll, the color of the long sword in her hand suddenly changed from white to azure blue, and she, as if becoming bloodthirsty, repeatedly slashed with the sword, as if possessing an endless killing force. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. With every slash, there were countless blades of killing light. And the white-clothed battle doll's attacks were no longer one by one. The countless blades of killing light seemed relentless, as if she had slashed countless times without stopping. Yi Chun, This is no longer just a heaven-reaching divine art. This is definitely a mysterious heavenly divine art. Xiaozhou's voice suddenly appeared in Yi Chen's mind. This divine art, even though I have never seen it before, I can feel that it must accumulate a certain momentum. Once the momentum is accumulated to the extreme, it can slash endlessly. The more it slashes, the more numerous the blades become, the faster the swordsmanship. It won't stop until it has completely slain you under the sword. Yi Chen, your heaven-reaching divine art will definitely not be able to withstand it. Quick, use stronger techniques. While Xiaozhou transmitted her message, Yi Chen also felt the tremendous pressure from the white-clothed battle doll's endless blades of light. Yi Chen's expression changed instantly, and the divine power within his entire body also changed abruptly. He directly shifted from the original heaven-reaching divine power to the Tai divine power that he had just cultivated from the 5th section of the primordial star scripture. Then, behind Yi Chen, a pair of wings also suddenly appeared. With a flash of the wings, Yi Chen blasted tens of thousands of feet backwards. Immediately after, Yi Chen pinched a spell with his hand, and a string of somewhat worn divine beads flew out from his body. This string of divine beads, originally seeming to have 12 beads, was somehow missing 3, creating a gap, leaving only 9 divine beads. These beads, exactly, were one of the numerous broken mysterious heavenly divine artifact treasures that Yi Chen obtained from the cave of Sovereign Lei Fa. Yi Chen's Xian divine cone was completely consumed when he was striving for a breakthrough to the God King realm during the divine tribulation. He no longer had the Xian divine cone to use. However, stepping into the God King realm, especially after stepping into the 5th section of the primordial star scripture, Yi Chen's divine power grew much stronger. He was finally able to wield some of the mysterious heavenly divine artifacts he obtained previously. Now, faced with the white-clothed battle doll's relentless attacks, Yi Chen took out this string of divine bead treasures that he had refined from those divine artifacts after entering the God King realm. Whoosh! As the string of divine beads flew out, the string that linked the beads suddenly vanished, and the 9 beads scattered and floated in the void. Subsequently, these 9 beads instantly inflated and enlarged, and in the blink of an eye, they turned into sky-shocking divine beads larger than mountains. Boom! 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 The 9 sky-shocking divine beads crashed down from the sky, aiming at both the white-clothed battle doll and her incessant slashing blades of light. Thud! 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 These 9 beads, while only appearing to be 9, when they crashed down, were like a downpour of astounding beads, possessing a similarly endless sensation. What's even more terrifying is that these 9 beads seem to be more formidable than the white-clothed combat doll's mystic heavenly-level swordsmanship, as they shockingly forced the white-clothed combat doll into retreat. The white-clothed combat doll promptly stowed away her long sword, which was even bigger than her own body, and explosively withdrew hundreds of thousands of zhang away, her vivacious eyes revealing a hint of terror. After the white-clothed doll retreated, those 9 beads directly smashed the area where she had previously stood, completely and thoroughly piercing through it. If it weren't for the Dead Star's strong regenerative abilities, these 9 beads could have likely caused the collapse of the central region of the Dead Star itself. Inside the main tomb, initially, the Huyen Divine Master, who was filled with concern for Yi Chen upon seeing the endless streams of sword light from the white-clothed combat doll, exclaimed in shock when he witnessed Yi Chen's divine power suddenly become even stronger, driving out 9 beads. This Huyen Divine Master cried out, "My heavens! Medium-grade mysterious heavenly divine artifact. Yi Chen, he could actually wield a medium-grade mysterious heavenly divine artifact at the lower God King realm. The power of his mysterious heavenly divine artifact looks to be even more formidable than General Insha's mysterious heavenly divine art, limitless blade skills from those years. It seems that General Insha's combat doll will have to resort to another one of her powerful techniques. Huyen Divine Master, naturally, is exceedingly familiar with his disciple General Insha's methods. Just as his gaze grew intense, the white-clothed combat doll who had explosively retreated hundreds of thousands of zhang seemed to have sensed that the 9 divine beads activated by Yi-Chun were not something that her longsword could contend with. Immediately, the white-clothed combat doll formed a spell with her hands and her longsword vanished directly. In the next moment, the silver wings behind the white-clothed combat doll flapped abruptly, and she once again flew to a tremendously high point in the void heaven. Following that, when the silver wings spread open again, a silver-white gauntlet magically appeared in the hands of the white-clothed combat doll. Afterwards, with a clasp of her hands wearing the silver-white gauntlets, the divine power within her surged tumultuously toward the gauntlets in her hands. Instantly, the pair of silver-white gauntlets began to emit strands of dazzling silver light. Within the silver radiance, the body of the white-clothed combat doll swelled to hundreds of zhang in height. As her body expanded and grew larger, she became even more delicately proportioned. However, Yi-Chun could no longer afford to admire the exquisitely beautiful form of General Insha's combat doll, for he felt a sky-shattering killing force aura surging throughout the entirety of General Insha's body. It's the battle body. It seems like a special battle body of General Insha is being activated by those silver-white gauntlets in her hands. Yi-Chen's mind and spirit flashed with this thought just as it crossed his mind. The towering white-clothed combat doll in the void made her move. She plunged toward the ground, and then her left fist fiercely smashed into the earth. In an instant, the terrain between the white-clothed combat doll and Yi-Chun, as well as the hundreds of zhang around Yi-Chun, was struck with the terrifying force of her fist. Innumerable swathes of land roiled before finally transforming into an annihilating force that crushed everything in its path, bearing down upon Yi-Chun in the heart of the earth. One fist. It was as if it could shatter a whole world in a second. The power of this one punch was even more fearsome than the sky-shocking giant mountain-sized divine beads driven by Yi-Chun. Could this be a technique unique to the true spirit divine kingdom? Yi-Chen's face paled as he sent the 9 beads he had summoned flying towards the myriad forces bearing down on him. Meanwhile his figure flickered in the void, seeking to evade the crushing onslaught. The white-clothed combat doll, of course, would not allow Yi-Chun to dodge her killing strike so easily. A silver streak at the brow of the white-clothed combat doll flashed sharply, and a suit of silver-white battle armor materialized over her body. The moment her silver wings fluttered behind her, she transformed into a sky-shaking, enormous silver bird swooping down on Yi-Chun. This silver giant bird was unlike any colossal bird Yi-Chun had seen before. In the feathers of this silver giant bird, Yi-Chun saw mysterious totems that resembled vast oceans. Extreme Spirit Clan, the silver-eyed wing branch. This must be General Insha's true form. She's no longer transforming and has reverted to her original appearance. Surely, this is her strongest combat state. Resembling both marine and aerial creatures, and clad in silver-white battle armor, the silver giant bird charged at breakneck speed towards Yi-Chun in the skies. The earth-shattering punch from before had scattered all the large divine beads that Yi-Chun had been fending with. All killing force was unified, converging from all directions towards the central Yi-Chun, closing in for the kill. Yi-Chun had no escape and found himself in a true life-and-death struggle. Just at this moment, Yi-Chun gritted his teeth as if making a final decision. He formed a spell with his hands, and suddenly an earth-shaking howl emanated from his chi-si. Following this, a dazzling crystal blue flame soared out from Yi-Chen's chi-si, morphing into a crystal blue bird the size of a palm, which flew in front of Yi-Chun. This crystal blue bird radiated a misty crystal blue light that enveloped Yi-Chun, shrouding him completely in the radiant aura. Chapter 8:23 The Might of Ice and Fire. An unbelievable scene unfolded. As the crystal blue bird emitted a hazy crystal blue light that completely enveloped Yi-Chun, all the killing force unleashed by the white-clothed battle doll converged in front of Yi-Chun. In an instant, the killing force exploded. In an instant, there was an explosion. As the earth-shattering explosion echoed through the entire dead star, the aura dissipated, revealing that all this killing force had not harmed Yi-Chun in the slightest. Even the white-clothed battle doll, transformed into her true form belonging to the branch of the Extreme Spirit Clan with silver eyes, wearing silver-white armor, was blasted hundreds of thousands of feet backwards by the hazy crystal blue light in the blink of an eye as she flew towards Yi-chun. And Yi-chun stood unscathed in the void, without a single injury. This result left the white-clothed battle doll completely stunned in an instant. It also left the remnant soul of Huyen Divine Master, who was observing this battle from the main burial site, equally stunned. Huyen Divine Master even seemed to think of something incredible, and was about to exclaim in disbelief. At this moment, Yi-chun, looking at the radiant crystal blue bird that had emerged from his chi-si, clenched his teeth and madly infused his Tai divine power, transformed from the 5th chapter of the primordial star scripture, into the crystal blue bird. In an instant, Yi-chun seemed to have greatly weakened in strength. But the crystal blue bird, as if it had consumed a great tonic, joyfully chirped towards the sky and then spread its wings and took off. The direction in which the crystal blue bird flew was shockingly towards the white-clothed battle doll, who had been blasted hundreds of thousands of feet backwards and was now frozen in the void. Seeing this, the white-clothed battle doll was greatly startled, and with a spread of her silver wings, she tried to escape. However, the crystal blue bird that had devoured Yi-chun's Tai divine power was multiple times faster than the white-clothed battle doll. Almost in an instant, the crystal blue bird caught up with the white-clothed battle doll. Buzz! With a soft sound, a wisp of crystal blue flame suddenly emerged from the body of the crystal blue bird. This wisp of crystal blue flame instantly scorched the white-clothed battle doll. Despite the fact that the white-clothed battle doll's earth-shattering punch could shatter a world, despite the fact that the white-clothed battle doll had transformed into her silver-eyed winged true form, despite the immense might of the white-clothed battle doll, in the instant the crystal blue flame touched her body, her divine power was completely burnt out, and finally, she transformed into an immensely large white lingji mushroom, which was also burned into nothingness by the crystal blue flame with a flash of divine light. The white-clothed battle doll, fallen. In the battle on Dead Star, she was defeated. Seeing the white-clothed battle doll fall, Yi-chun exerted his last bit of strength and pointed at the crystal blue bird mid-air. The crystal blue bird chirped joyfully, opened its mouth and swallowed the wisp of crystal blue flame that had killed the white-clothed battle doll. Following that, it instantly shot back in front of Yi-chun, transforming back into a mass of crystal blue flame, and flew back into Yi-chun's chi-si. From Yi-chun's confrontation with the white-clothed battle doll to the final annihilation of the white-clothed battle doll, the entire battle process was incredibly dynamic. First, the white-clothed battle doll unleashed her increasingly fierce longsword swordsmanship with ceaseless slashing. Then Yi-chun activated the 9 divine beads from the mysterious heavenly divine artifact treasure. Then the white-clothed battle doll used a silver-white boxing glove to directly shatter a large piece of the continent, and launched an attack on Yi-chun, combining her transformation into her silver-eyed winged true form. Finally, it was completely devoured by a small cluster of crystal blue flames unleashed by Yi-chun. If the previous battle was within the expectations of Huyen Divine Master, the crystal blue flames that Yi-chun used to annihilate the white-clothed battle doll at the end completely caught Huyen Divine Master off guard. It's an extreme heavenly object. By the looks of it, it seems to be a very famous kind of flame among extreme heavenly objects, the blue extreme ice flame. Heaven. Yi-chun is just a lower god-king realm, and it's absolutely unbelievable that he can wield a mysterious heavenly divine artifact. At his lower god-king realm, it's impossible for him to wield a true extreme heavenly object. Even though this cluster of flame looks like a very small part of an extreme heavenly object, and it's not fully refined into an ultimate heavenly artifact, it's definitely beyond what a divine king realm can wield. It seems that this young man, Yi-chun, truly harbors a big secret. He must have encountered a great opportunity. Only when Yi-chun had slain the white-clothed battle doll did Huyen Divine Master's cry of astonishment finally come out completely. Huyen Divine Master was even filled with an extremely excited expression. He needs a powerful cursor to help him fulfill his wish, to go to the true Spirit Divine Kingdom's extreme Spirit Sea to see his disciple, Insha. Now, after tens of thousands of years, and after hundreds of cursors had failed, he finally found a cursor who succeeded in defeating the combat doll. He could finally send this cursor to the true spirit divine kingdom with his wish. Huyen Divine Master was shaken and excited. Meanwhile, Yichun felt completely drained and somewhat still in shock. The crystal blue flames he had used to kill the white-clothed battle doll were exactly what Huyen Divine Master had predicted. The blue extreme ice flame. It was the extreme heavenly object flame that he and Long Li had acquired in the Nine Suns' ancient land. Originally, Yichun could not control the blue extreme ice flame and the heavenly union flame that he had acquired alongside it. However, what thrilled Yichun was that after stepping into the God King realm, especially after entering the 5th chapter of the Primordial Star Scripture, the Tai chapter, and cultivating the Tai divine power, Yichun could finally control a very small portion of the blue extreme ice flame and the heavenly union flame. During this period, as Yichun was traveling, he was nurturing the part of the blue extreme ice flame he could control with the heavenly union flame. Originally, Yichun had no plans to use the blue extreme ice flame, because even though he could control this very small part of the blue extreme ice flame with the help of Tai divine power, Yichun also tried it and found out that controlling it once almost exhausted all his Tai divine power. This kind of exhaustion took a long time for the Tai divine power to recover, and if he couldn't kill with one strike, it would definitely pose a real danger to him. The state of being drained is very prone to being killed. However, facing the combat power of the white-clothed battle doll crafted by General Insha, which was far beyond his expectations, Yichun had no choice but to use the blue extreme ice flame for a life-threatening strike. Because, although he still had several moves he hadn't used, none of those moves had the killing force of the blue extreme ice flame. Facing the imminent deadly situation, Yichun no longer had the margin to experiment further. He could only use his strongest method to compete with the white-clothed battle doll. Luckily, his competition was successful in killing the white-clothed battle doll, successfully passing the second trial of the 3 mysterious gates of life and death. Above Dead Star, in the void, Yichun, with thoughts flashing through his mind and spirit, pinched a spell in his hand and began to recover his Tai divine power inside his body. Once he recovered a small part that could allow him to act, Yichun spoke into the void. Divine Master Lord Huyen, I have now passed the second trial of the 3 mysterious gates of life and death. Can I leave the space of Dead Star now? Chapter 8:24 Gourd Sword. Yichun knew that even if he was on Dead Star, speaking like this, Huyen Divine Master Lord could hear him. As expected, after Yichun finished speaking, the voice of Huyen Divine Master also rang in Yichun's ears. Yichun, you have already killed the combat doll. Just head to the northern polar land of Dead Star, and you will directly see the light formation for transmission and departure. Northern polar land? Yichun nodded slightly and instantly vanished from where he stood. Half a tea time later, in the northern polar land of Dead Star, a light shadow flickered, and Yichun was directly transmitted out of the Dead Star space. When Yichun returned to the main burial ground, he immediately saw Huyen Divine Master, who was full of tremors and excitement. Yichun, you have completed the second challenge of the 3 mysterious gates of life and death, and become the first person who can go to the true spirit divine kingdom to help me fulfill my wish. Even as the remnant soul of a powerful divine master, Huyen Divine Master at this moment couldn't help but be immensely excited. He still had many unfinished matters, which could only be completed with the help of his beloved disciple, Insha. And to notify Insha of his death, he could only rely on the young man before him to deliver the message. Yichun, on the other hand, was not too surprised. The recent battle with the white-clothed battle doll still left him somewhat with lingering fears. This battle also made Yichun realize that there were countless powerful martial artists in the world. Just the combat doll left by General Insha was almost enough to kill him. One could imagine just how much more dangerous it could be if he went to the true spirit divine kingdom, where he might face even more perilous situations than this battle. If it wasn't for the fact that he was caught up in the 3 mysterious gates of life and death and had to complete this task, Yichun would not even want to go to that true spirit divine kingdom. Yichun's expression, seen by Huyen Divine Master, also sobered up some of Huyen Divine Master's excitement. Huyen Divine Master knew that the young man before him had been somewhat coerced by the curse array he had left behind. Huyen Divine Master sighed and looked at Yi Chun. Yi Chun, I am also aware, although you have completed the first 2 gates of the 3 mysterious gates of life and death, the 3rd gate, heading to the true Spirit Divine Kingdom, is extremely dangerous for you. Had it not been for my severe injuries due to counter-effects from testing medicines, preventing my return to the true Spirit Divine Kingdom, I would not have set up the cursor selection, dragging you into this crisis. Of course, even though you have been thrown into danger, I will not let you take the risk in vain. Upon saying this, Huyen Divine Master's demeanor became very earnest. Although I am only left with a wisp of a remnant soul with no combat power, I still have my vision. Yi Chen, I watched your battle with the combat doll left by Insha. Your combat power and skills are indeed astonishing. Especially at the end. You being able to wield the extreme heavenly object, blue extreme ice flame, deeply shocked me. Yi Chun was not surprised that this divine master lord recognized blue extreme ice flame. After all, this is a divine master more formidable than a sovereign. Yi Chun continued to listen to Huyen Divine Master speak, knowing that Huyen Divine Master mentioning his battle must have some important words to convey. At this time, Huyen Divine Master also continued to say, of course, I have also realized that it was not easy for you to wield the blue extreme ice flame, only able to wield such a small cluster, and the duration was extremely short. That being said, your opponent was a lower God King level combat doll left behind by Insha. Should you battle even stronger combat dolls? Or if the combat doll had some other skills to delay you for a moment, you might not be able to win the fight. Yi Chun nodded. Indeed, any further delay, and without extra Tai divine power to drive the blue extreme ice flame, would indeed lead to defeat. Therefore, the blue extreme ice flame can only be used as a trump card in the final moment, not to be frequently taken out for use. Huyen Divine Master said, the divine power within you is not enough to sustain its continuous use. Under such circumstances, your other skills are extremely crucial. From what I've seen in your battle with the combat doll left by Insha, although the mysterious heavenly divine artifact you used was good, it was also somewhat damaged. Additionally, your divine arts are only at the heaven-reaching divine art level, and even your divine body is only at the God King level. Your current combat power is likely mainly against opponents like heavenly divine venerables or even immortal divine venerables. In such cases, heaven-reaching divine arts and God King level divine body are clearly not enough. You must have means to contend against divine venerables. At least you must have truly powerful mysterious heavenly divine artifacts and truly powerful mysterious heavenly divine arts. Huyen Divine Master's words made Yi Chun nod solemnly. Indeed, during his battle with the white-clothed combat doll, when faced with the combat doll's heavenly divine artifact level swordsmanship, his 9 swords of annihilation, despite being a top-tier heaven-reaching divine art, indeed was not sufficient. Without having cultivated mysterious heavenly divine arts, he was immediately at a disadvantage. In the end, he had to resort to that damaged mysterious heavenly divine artifact, the 9 divine beads. And after utilizing that damaged mysterious heavenly divine artifact, he was directly suppressed by the silver-white gloves driven by Insha's white-clothed battle doll and that fearsome battle body. Obviously, it was blue extreme ice flame that kept Yi Chun at an advantage. In other aspects, he was no match for the lower God King level combat doll left by Insha. Divine Master Lord Huyen, indeed, I am lacking in divine arts and divine artifacts. Yi Chun looked at Huyen Divine Master. Divine Master Lord has spoken so much. Does that mean you intend to bestow upon me some mysterious heavenly divine artifacts or mysterious heavenly divine arts? Yi Chun discerned these meanings from the words of Huyen Divine Master. Mysterious heavenly divine artifact or mysterious heavenly divine art. This, of course, filled Yi Chun with a sense of inexplicable anticipation. The most powerful divine arts he had on hand were the 9 swords of annihilation and the bloodlight blade technique, both heaven-reaching divine arts left by figures of the sovereign realm. However, they were intended for his previous combat power. If he could acquire a more formidable, mysterious, heavenly divine art from this divine Master Lord, that would naturally be even better. Even if he couldn't get his hands on a mysterious heavenly divine art, it wouldn't be bad to obtain a mysterious heavenly divine artifact. Although Yi Chun possessed mysterious heavenly divine artifacts, they were all damaged. And the ultimate heavenly artifacts, Yi Chun was currently unable to activate. Even the extreme heavenly object, Blue Extreme Ice Flame, which had not yet been refined into an ultimate heavenly artifact, he could only manipulate a tiny fraction of its power. In such a situation, getting his hands on a powerful, mysterious, heavenly divine artifact would undoubtedly be a great help in preserving Yi Chen's life. Seeing the expectant look in Yi Chen's eyes, Huyen Divine Master smiled and nodded. I've said that I wouldn't let you take the risk of facing the 3 mysterious gates of life and death in vain. Although I am but a remnant soul, my true self died here, so of course I have quite a few treasures on hand. Originally, for cursors, I would only award the divine milk refining technique to refine divine milk after you complete all the tasks of the 3 mysterious gates of life and death. However, over the years, more than 300 cursors have failed. Yet you have successfully fought your way out of the second gate of the 3 mysterious gates of life and death, which has greatly surprised me. I would not want you to encounter mishaps on your journey to the true spirit divine kingdom due to a lack of treasures, ultimately affecting the fulfillment of my wish. Yi Chen, you can't use the ultimate heavenly artifact right now, but I promise you, if you can fulfill my wish, when you return here in the future, I will leave a powerful ultimate heavenly artifact for you. Until then, I will bestow upon you a mysterious heavenly divine artifact for your use. This mysterious heavenly divine artifact is named Gourd Sword. Gourd Sword? Yi Chen's mind and spirit were stirred. Could it be a treasure related to swords or swordsmanship? As Yi Chen speculated, he directly saw Huyen Divine Master's remnant soul pointing towards a location in the main mausoleum hall. In an instant, a beam of light shot out from a place Yi Chen was fundamentally unable to detect. As the beam of light approached him, Yi Chen saw a palm-sized gourd hovering between him and Huyen Divine Master. Yi Chen, I saw your battle with the combat doll. You mainly cultivate sword-related divine arts, and you have also refined flying swords. In such a case, this top-tier mysterious heavenly divine artifact, Gourd Sword, is exceedingly suitable for you. You may not be able to fully activate a top-tier mysterious heavenly divine artifact, but within this gourd of the Gourd Sword, there are a total of 1,000 flying swords. You can gradually increase the number of flying swords you can manipulate according to your combat power. Furthermore, you can nurture your primary life-bound flying sword within the gourd, using it as the core flying sword to control the Gourd Sword, enabling your original flying sword to evolve. At the same time, you will be more adept at handling such a treasure. Also, the Gourd Sword corresponds to a set of mysterious heavenly divine art for driving this mysterious heavenly divine artifact, the mysterious spirit thousand sword skills, which I will also impart to you. As he spoke, Huyen Divine Master pointed a finger, and the palm-sized gourd, the top-tier mysterious heavenly divine artifact, Gourd Sword, flew towards Yi Chen. Simultaneously, with another poised gesture in the air, a white jade token flew straight out, and Huyen Divine Master, holding the token, sent stream after stream of divine light into it. This divine light was the cultivation method for the mysterious spirit thousand sword skills. After recording the mysterious heavenly divine art, Huyen Divine Master also handed the jade token to Yi Chen. Looking at the palm-sized gourd and the small white jade token in his hands, Yi Chen's breathing became rapid. Mysterious heavenly divine artifact. Mysterious heavenly divine art. These were intact mysterious heavenly divine artifacts, and mysterious heavenly divine arts imparted by Huyen Divine Master himself. Once he completely masters this divine art and controls this divine artifact, his combat power would likely rise once more. He finally had another significant card up his sleeve. Yi Chen pulled the stopper from the gourd and directly saw numerous sword shadows twinkling within. Yichun knew that this must be the 1,000 flying swords within the gourd sword, as mentioned by Huyen Divine Master. My life-bound flying sword, Crimson Fire, can also be nurtured within this gourd sword, acting as the core to control this treasure. First, I'll let the Crimson Fire flying sword enter for nurturing. Then after thoroughly comprehending this treasure, I'll see how to make it the core flying sword. After examining the gourd sword in his hands for a moment, Yichun's mind and spirit moved, and the Crimson Fire flying sword, from within the sword palace acupoint between his eyebrows, flew out and into the gourd for nurturing. At that moment, Huyen Divine Master's voice once again entered his ears. That's enough, Yichun. I won't give you any more treasures. To improve your divine body skills and other techniques, you still have to rely on yourself to find other ways to acquire them. Now, let's discuss your journey to the Extreme Spirit Sea, in the True Spirit Divine Kingdom, to find my disciple Insha and help me fulfill my wish. Chapter 825 Curse and Orange Seal. Hearing the Huyen Divine Master speak of going to the True Spirit Divine Kingdom to fulfill his last wish, a matter concerning the third challenge of the 3 mysterious gates of life and death, Yichun hurriedly stored away the gourd sword and the jade token of the mysterious spirit 1,000 sword skills. Divine Master Lord Huyen, may I know by when I must go to the True Spirit Divine Kingdom, and how long will it take to fulfill your wish? Yichun asked. Yichun still had 2 important matters to attend to. One was the affair at Heavenly God Mountain that would occur before long, and the other was the affair concerning the Stellar Domain Genius Battle. These 2 matters were the latter 2 of the 3 requests made by Sovereign Xuechen and the Northern Territory King to him, and he must complete them. Naturally, Yichun wanted to inquire whether the time limit to go to the True Spirit Divine Kingdom would conflict with the completion of these 2 matters. Seeing Yichun's expression, Huyen Divine Master said, "What? Do you have other important affairs to attend to?" Yichun nodded. Divine Master Lord Huyen, within these 10 years, I have 2 equally crucial tasks I must complete. 10 years. Huyen Divine Master frowned and shook his head. No, my lingering soul is already weak. I'm afraid it won't last much longer. And I cannot spend all the time on you, in case you are unable to fulfill my wish. I still have to find another cursor to go to True Spirit Divine Kingdom. Yichun, I can only give you 5 years. Within these 5 years, if you can fulfill my wish, go to the True Spirit Divine Kingdom to find my disciple Insha. As long as Insha follows you back to this main burial ground, or if Insha hands over her silver bell pendant to you as a token, bringing it back to the main burial ground, the curse influence on you will be completely lifted, and your life will no longer be in danger. If you fail to fulfill my wish within 5 years, the curse on you will erupt, and by then, even if you don't perish on the journey to fulfill my wish, you will die under the devastation of the curse power. Yichun, this curse power has already been revolving around you ever since you inhaled those divine incense in the secondary tomb. After you entered this main burial ground, the influence of the curse power has intensified even more. Don't blame me. This was left by my original self before death. Once you are trapped in the 3 mysterious gates of life and death, it is inevitable. At the same time, do not even think of relying on someone else to remove the curse power. My original self was not only a divine master but also a great alchemist. Even if you find another divine master, it is almost impossible to break this curse power. So, if you want to survive, within 5 years' time, you must complete the 3rd challenge of the 3 mysterious gates of life and death. Find Insha or bring back the token of Insha. Back here. Going to the True Spirit Divine Kingdom and entering the Extreme Spirit Sea to find Insha. Even if things go smoothly, it will probably take a year or 2. You must be fully prepared without any delay. Huyen Divine Master's words made Yichun's expression change again and again. Indeed, fortune and disaster are interdependent. He was able to obtain the gourd sword, and this danger was indeed inevitable. As for the curse power mentioned by Huyen Divine Master, Yichun could not detect it on himself at all. However, Yichun did not doubt the words of this Divine Master Lord at all. This Divine Master wishes to fulfill his last wish, so surely he would not be negligent in this matter. 5 years, that's too short. To go to the true spirit divine kingdom first, and then to enter Heavenly God Mountain, it might not be in time. Judging by this time frame, I'm afraid I have to first resolve the Heavenly God Mountain matter in just over a year, and then quickly head to the true spirit divine kingdom after coming out of Heavenly God Mountain. Yichun frowned and pondered in his heart. Huyen Divine Master no longer spoke. He knew that Yichun was probably thinking about completing the third challenge of the 3 mysterious gates of life and death. He was willing to give Yichun some time to think it over properly. The entire main burial ground hall became quiet as neither Yichun nor Huyen Divine Master spoke anymore. However, this silence was broken after Yichun frowned and pondered for a moment. Yichun looked at Huyen Divine Master and said, "Divine Master Lord Huyen, I have a doubt, and I'm not sure whether I should express it." "Doubt?" Huyen Divine Master smiled. "As the cursor helping me to fulfill my wish, you should ask away with any doubts you have." Yichun nodded. "Divine Master Lord Huyen, since you are a great Divine Master of Divine Master Realm, a being surpassing sovereigns, you must be exceedingly powerful. Even if you were seriously injured, you should have sufficient power to return to the true spirit divine kingdom. After all, you did not perish directly. You left behind this main burial ground and 4 secondary burial grounds, and also left behind a lingering soul. Even if your original self has perished, the lingering soul should still be able to return to the true spirit divine kingdom, right?" Upon hearing Yichun's words, Huyen Divine Master gave a wry smile and shook his head. "Yichun, this thought of yours is wrong. It is true that I am of the Divine Master realm, but precisely because I am of this realm, the backlash I suffered in the ancient demon abyss back then was even more severe. By the time I was mortally injured from the backlash and my original self would soon perish, neither I nor my 4 disciples, who were also injured, had any way to travel to other domains. We probably would have died en route if we had left Mountain Divine Nation of Wanmu. As for our lingering souls, they cannot leave our original self's burial ground. This is due to the influence of the powers of heaven and earth. Once our original self has died, if the lingering soul moves away from the original self by any distance, it will directly vanish between heaven and earth. Therefore, we could only rely on the last bit of strength to leave behind the main burial ground and 4 secondary burial grounds, hoping to select suitable cursors to help fulfill my wish. As for my original self and those 4 disciples, once dead, they are indeed gone and can no longer return." At the end of his words, Huyen Divine Master was filled with sorrow. Yichun's feelings became even more complex. He felt both sympathy and gratitude towards this Divine Master Lord, whose cemetery allowed him to smoothly break through to the God King realm and enter the 5th chapter of the Primordial Star Scripture. At the same time, Yichun held some resentment towards them for setting up this curse-killing trap. "This is destiny, I suppose." Yichun let out a long sigh, harboring these complex emotions in his heart. Now is not the time for sentimentality. The urgent task at hand is to properly confront the 3rd challenge of the 3 mysterious gates of life and death, and to face the inevitable journey to the true spirit divine kingdom. "Huyen Divine Master Lord, since I must fulfill this wish, I have another question to ask. That is, how can I travel to this true spirit divine kingdom, and where exactly is it located?" Yichun had never ventured beyond the borders of Wanmu Mountain Divine Nation, and the true spirit divine kingdom, far more potent than Wanmu Mountain Divine Nation, was likely an immeasurable distance away. "Since I have asked you to go to the true spirit divine kingdom, I will surely tell you how to get there," Huyen Divine Master said. "There are 2 methods to travel from one divine nation to another. One method is, of course, traversing the starry sky. This approach demands certain inherent strengths. If one is not sufficiently powerful, it is easy to perish during the journey through space, for both the countless dangers in the stars and the myriad of wanderers in space are incredibly fearsome. Furthermore, this method is only suitable between nearby divine nations. If the distance is too great, it would be very difficult to traverse without the power of a mighty sovereign or higher. The true spirit divine kingdom is a good half the universe away from Wanmu Mountain Divine Nation, rendering the first method entirely impractical. If you must travel to the true Spirit Divine Kingdom, you can only use the second method. The second method involves teleportation star formations, similar to divine arrays that transport individuals from one area to another within a divine nation. These teleportation star formations are linked to each other. They enable travel to any divine nation in this cosmos, the only question being the number of teleports required. I have already prepared a teleportation star map for you. With this map, you will know how to utilize the teleportation star formations to travel from Wanmu Mountain Divine Nation to the True Spirit Divine Kingdom. As he spoke, Huyen Divine Master gestured in the air with his hand. A scroll flew directly from him, heading towards Yichun. Clearly, he had prepared this map for a long time. Yichun looked at the teleportation star map, which was filled with countless names of divine nations and delineated numerous teleportation routes. In an instant, Yichun saw 3 divine nations. The Wanmu Mountain Divine Nation he resided in, the True Spirit Divine Kingdom Huyen Divine Master asked him to visit, and another divine nation located between them, the 10,000 Beasts Domain Divine Nation. The 10,000 Beasts Domain Divine Nation governs the star domain where Zhang Yao resides. Moreover, Yichun knew that Long Li had also ventured to the star domain where Zhang Yao was and has yet to return. In the past, Yichun lacked the strength to travel to 10,000 Beasts Domain. Now, having stepped into the God King realm and entered the 5th chapter of the Primordial Star Scripture, and with this teleportation star map in hand, Yichun was, without a doubt, eager to visit 10,000 Beasts Domain to see Zhang Yao. Once the issues at Heavenly God Mountain are resolved, before heading to the True Spirit Divine Kingdom, I will first make a trip to the 10,000 Beasts Domain. Yichun's eyes scanned the teleportation star map, and his mind was made up. Yichun, the teleportation star formation of Wanmu Mountain Divine Nation is located in the central region of the Divine Nation, where the nation's leader resides, the Divine Master explained. This type of teleportation star formation can only be used by countless grand figures of the divine nations and their descendants. Normally, others cannot use the teleportation star formation to travel to other divine nations. However, I am a divine master, and my 4 disciples were powerful sovereigns. We possess star seals that can be used to activate the teleportation star formation. I cannot directly give you my star seal, but I can give you one of my disciples' seals. The remaining ones, if you fail to fulfill the wish, will remain for the next cursor to use. During this conversation, Huyen Divine Master handed over an orange seal to Yichun. The star seals are classified into 5 colors based on their level: green, blue, red, orange, and purple. An orange seal is second only to the highest level purple seal, used by those who surpass sovereigns. With this orange seal, you can use the teleportation star formations of almost all divine nations in this universe without any cost, except for the most unique few divine nations. And the routes I have drawn for you to True Spirit Divine Kingdom pass through divine nations that are all within your capacity to freely use the Star Seal. Chapter 826- Missing, Escaping. Yichun held the orange seal. His eyes flickered with brilliant light. He did not care about those few most special divine kingdoms that the orange seal could not reach. What he cared about was that as long as he could go to the True Spirit Divine Kingdom and the 10,000 Beasts Domain Divine Kingdom, that was enough. Yichun looked towards the teleportation star map and saw that the 10,000 Beasts Domain Divine Kingdom was among the divine kingdoms involved in the routes leading to the True Spirit Divine Kingdom. According to what Divine Master Huyen had said, all the divine kingdoms involved in the routes to the True Spirit Divine Kingdom could be freely teleported to using the orange seal. This clearly meant that with the orange seal, Yichun could truly go to the 10,000 Beasts Domain Divine Kingdom. Zhang Yao. In an instant, the figure of that most beloved exquisite beauty emerged in Yichun's mind. The exquisite beauty had a graceful and moving figure, with black hair like a waterfall cascading down her waist. That fair, delicate, beautiful face, those star-bright, clear, and lucid eyes, and the small dimples on her little face were unforgettable sights. Yichun missed Zhang Yao immensely. Since their parting on the barbaric wilderness continent over a year ago when Mrs. He took her away, more than a year had passed. A day apart felt like 3 seasons. In this year of not seeing her, Yi Chen's concern for Zhang Yao reached the ultimate extent, especially since so many things had happened over this past year. He also wanted to have a good talk with Zhang Yao. In the future, I must come out of Heavenly God Mountain alive, after finishing the matters of Heavenly God Mountain, and when setting off towards the true spirit divine kingdom, I will go to the 10,000 beasts domain to see Zhang Yao. Yi Chen thought to himself. While missing Zhang Yao, the figure of Long Li also flashed through Yi Chen's mind. After all, this cold little girl who had become intimate with him had also gone to the 10,000 beasts domain to find Zhang Yao. Perhaps she was right by Zhang Yao's side. Seeing Yi Chen holding the orange seal and falling into deep thought, Divine Master Huyen smiled slightly and said, Yi Chen, you have passed the second of the 3 mysterious gates of life and death in the main tomb. Now, whether you want to leave the main tomb or continue to cultivate here is up to you. As I understand, your expedition in the demon tomb lasts for a total of 1 month, and there is still plenty of time left. If you wish to stay here, I can indeed provide some guidance on your cultivation technique. Upon hearing Divine Master Huyen's words, Yi Chen was startled and snapped out of his thoughts about Zhang Yao and Long Li. Yi Chen smiled at Divine Master Huyen and said, Senior, the mission for my trip to the demon tomb was to hunt for a thunder turtle egg, which has already been accomplished. The 3 mysterious gates of life and death was actually an additional task to help another senior that I got involved with. Since I have no other pressing matters, I might as well cultivate here. To receive guidance from Divine Master Lord Huyen, I cannot miss this opportunity. Also, I would like to consult Senior further on the matters of the true spirit divine kingdom and the gourd sword. Seeing Yi Chen willing to stay, Divine Master Huyen also smiled. Then let's have a good talk in the main tomb. The 1-month exploration time in the demon tomb soon passed. When the day to leave the demon tomb arrived, multiple figures flew out from the 9 great demon tombs, then groups of them boarded flying boats, flying out of the demon tomb site. It could be seen that, at the beginning, over 100 million martial artists had entered the 9 great demon tomb areas, but when they came out, most of them were obviously gone. Clearly, numerous people had perished in the terrifying heavenly fiend ghost fire that fell from the sky upon entering the demon tomb. During this month of exploration, countless martial artists also died in various places in the 9 great demon tombs. Over 100 million people entered the demon tomb for the adventure. If several million managed to come out alive, they should consider themselves extremely lucky. However, most of the martial artists who survived and came out of the 9 great demon tombs had expressions of having survived a catastrophe and being immensely surprised on their faces. Clearly, they had significant gains from this exploration trip in the demon tomb. Among the survivors, the majority who flew out from the outermost 9th demon tomb were the most. Many, upon boarding the flying boats, looked at the fewer number of flying boats coming from the deeper 8 demon tombs and said, Luckily, we spent this month in the 9th demon tomb, increasing our chances of survival greatly. Looking at the other demon tombs, more people died there than here. Someone excitedly said, Haha! This time in the 9th demon tomb, I finally obtained a few items I've been dreaming of. With these items, my combat power has risen a level, and it's absolutely easy now. Hee hee! I didn't collect any treasures, but I cultivated in the Spirit Communication Mountain of the 9th demon tomb. This time, I finally broke through a bottleneck and advanced to the Middle Earth God Divine Venerable Realm in one fell swoop. The people who came out alive from the 9th demon tomb were all abuzz with discussion. People from the other 8 demon tombs were also whispering to each other, discussing the events of the past month in their respective demon tombs while driving the flying boats out of the demon tomb site. In the deepest area of the 9 great demon tombs, the first demon tomb, accompanied by flashes of spiritual light, figures also emerged from the first demon tomb. The number of people who had initially entered the first demon tomb was the fewest among the 9 great demon tombs. After all, entry into the first demon tomb required Een Spirit Ganoderma, Only tens of thousands of people entered the first demon tomb. After the anomaly in the first demon tomb, many people also died there. This time, only about 2,000 people came out alive. Among them, many had seen the perils of the first demon tomb and hid in safe places, narrowly escaping death. After these people were teleported out of the first demon tomb, most of them had heavy expressions on their faces, and eventually, groups of 3 or 5 gathered and flew away from the area of the first demon tomb. Clearly, the danger of the first demon tomb this time was completely disproportionate to the gains. In the crowd, there were also people from the 4 major sects of the 4 territories. When a group of people from Bloodsword sect of the 4 great sects flew out from the first demon tomb, their expressions were equally grim. We knew that the chance of obtaining treasure from the first demon tomb was extremely low, but for the sake of divine milk, we still risked our lives to break in. Unexpectedly, this time, 90% of our sect members died inside, and in the end, only one person got 3 drops of divine milk. A heavenly divine venerable from Bloodsword sect clenched his teeth with hatred. Another heavenly divine venerable looked straight at the figures of several female disciples of the Sky Fox sect who flew out after them, his eyes filled with intense jealousy and envy. This time, the Sky Fox sect is probably the sect with the greatest harvest from the first demon tomb. I wonder where their leader, Fairy Luo Yun, obtained an ultimate heavenly artifact. Fairy Luo Yun was already immensely powerful, and with the aid of that ultimate heavenly artifact, she's even more formidable, like a tiger given wings. Thanks to her, the Sky Fox sect had the smallest casualties and the greatest harvest. From what I know, 6 of them managed to break into the deepest part and obtained divine milk. And later, after coming out from the land of divine milk, they together ventured into other realms, and I heard they also made many gains. Although they were extremely envious, when the Bloodsword sect people saw the figure of Fairy Luo Yun, the leader of the Sky Fox sect, they dared not act rashly, let alone try to seize her treasures. Not to mention that the Sky Fox sect was originally one of the 4 major sects in the Western Territory, on par with the Bloodsword sect. The mere fact that Luo Yun's combat power rivaled that of an immortal divine venerable sent chills down their spines. Not to mention, Fairy Luo Yun was holding an ultimate heavenly artifact that they, as heavenly divine venerables, didn't even dare to dream of. The people from Bloodsword sect, amidst their immense envy, gloomily gathered the surviving sect members and finally left the first demon tomb. However, the female disciples of the Sky Fox sect did not leave at all. All the female disciples of the Sky Fox sect who came out from the first demon tomb were gathered around Fairy Luo Yun in the middle. Sister, we owe it to you that we could safely come out of the first demon tomb this time. You said, the ultimate heavenly artifact in your hand was lent to you by Yi Chan? Many female disciples looked at the ultimate heavenly divine sword in Luo Yun's hand. Their eyes filled with disbelief even though the sword was damaged. Ultimate heavenly artifact. It's a treasure usually wielded only by sovereign realm powerhouses. Heavenly divine venerables, let alone borrowing one, even seeing an ultimate heavenly artifact was considered an absolute stroke of luck. Even though they knew Luo Yun's master was a sovereign, they were also aware that even Luo Yun couldn't obtain an ultimate heavenly artifact from her master. Now, she actually had an ultimate heavenly artifact that Yi Chun lent her, which naturally astonished all the female disciples. Thinking back to when they entered the demon tomb with Yi Chan and saw Yi Chan snatch the Thunder Turtle egg from the terrifying Thunder Turtle, these female disciples of the Sky Fox sect were still somewhat shaken. That young boy left a very deep impression on them. Of course, this sword was lent to me by Yi Chan. Fairy Luo Yun's eyes looked towards the first demon tomb, filled with concern. Initially, Yi Chan and I were teleported to the 3 Evil Sea, and without the help of Yi Chen's ultimate heavenly artifact, I would have probably perished in the 3 Evil Sea, let alone obtained 8 drops of divine milk later. However, later when Yi Chan and I went to that demon tomb I've always wanted to visit, I suddenly got separated from Yi Chan. I don't know where he went after that. Yi Chan still hasn't come out until now. I hope nothing happened to him. Fairy Luo Yun had many memories about the demon tomb erased by General Azure Dragon Long Shao, and she faintly felt that Yi-chan had fallen into trouble. This made her increasingly worried about Yi-chen's safety. Hearing Fairy Luoyun worrying about Yi-chan, the other female disciples of the Sky Fox sect also showed their concern. It's okay. Today is the last day to leave the Demon Tomb area, and there is still a lot of time. Yi-chan is so powerful, he will definitely come out safely. A female disciple who was an Earth Divine Venerable from the Sky Fox sect said. Other disciples echoed. Right, we'll wait for him here. He will definitely come out. Yes, if it weren't for the treasure Yi-chan gave to our sister, we might have already died in the first demon tomb. So we must wait for Yi-chan, and then we'll leave together. Not a single female disciple of the Sky Fox sect urged to leave anxiously. All of them were waiting for Yi-chan outside the first demon tomb. As the deadline to leave the demon tomb area approached, and they still hadn't seen Yi-chan come out, the hearts of all the female disciples of Sky Fox sect became increasingly heavy and worried. All the female disciples of the Sky Fox sect suddenly heard Fairy Luoyun's excited voice. Yi-chan has come out. Then all the female disciples' gazes turned towards the first demon tomb. Following that, they saw Yi-chan's figure, accompanied by a flash of spiritual light, appearing outside the first demon tomb. They also heard Yi-chan's voice reaching their ears. Fairy Luoyun, my fellow Taoists, thank you for waiting. Chapter 827-. Return to the Supreme Divine Institute. An hour later, the Sky Fox sect's flying boat, carrying a group of female disciples and Yi-chan, flew out of the demon tomb. After another half an hour, with the conclusion of the adventure in the demon tomb, Yi-chan bid farewell to the disciples of the Sky Fox sect and embarked on his journey back to the Supreme Divine Institute alone. Yi-chan's figure moved across the sky, flying towards the teleportation divine formation on the subordinate star continent of the demon tomb. Xiaojiu transformed into a little sparrow, settling on Yi-chan's shoulder. Hee, Yi-chan. Those girls from the Sky Fox sect, especially Fairy Luoyun, seemed very reluctant to let you go. Especially Fairy Luoyun, from the way she acted. If she weren't afraid of causing a misunderstanding with Divine Lady Longli, she probably would have thrown herself at you. After all, she obtained 8 drops of divine milk and also inherited from General Azure Dragon Longshao in the demon tomb. She knows well you helped her immensely. Xiaojiu teased Yi-chan playfully. Xiaojiu, stop talking nonsense, Yi-chan said with an amused glare at Xiaojiu. Having Jiang Yao and also being involved with Divine Lady Longli, he did not want to get entangled with other women. After all, he did not want a repeat of being noticed by 2 sovereigns and being bound by 3 demands. Hearing Yi-chan's words, Xiaojiu chuckled and stopped teasing him. Changing the topic, Xiaojiu said, Yi-chan, I didn't expect Fairy Luoyun to be so straightforward, returning the extreme heavenly divine sword to you just like that, without even taking up your offer to let her keep using it for a while. Yi-chan smiled and nodded, looking at the extreme heavenly divine sword inside the ice snow jade pendant. Perhaps Senior Fairy Luoyun was afraid of causing misunderstandings. Besides, when she returns to her sect, it's not suitable for her to carry the extreme heavenly divine sword openly. Otherwise, it might bring her even more trouble. Considering her combat power, once she advances further in her realm, she could very well obtain a complete and even stronger ultimate heavenly artifact compared to my damaged one. Xiaojiu nodded. Let's not talk about Fairy Luoyun anymore. Yi-chan, you must be careful about the 3rd gate of the 3 mysterious gates of life and death, and the upcoming journey to the True Spirit Divine Kingdom. That True Spirit Divine Kingdom is much stronger than the Mountain Divine Nation. Inside, there are many more divine venerables and sovereigns, and it's said that beings surpassing sovereigns also often return there from the cosmic sea. The number of beings surpassing sovereigns from the True Spirit Divine Kingdom also far exceeds those from the Mountain Divine Nation by countless times. Hearing Xiaojiu mention the True Spirit Divine Kingdom, Yi-chan's expression became extremely serious. I must fulfill the task given by Huyan Divine Master Lord within 5 years, or else the curse power will annihilate me. The urgent matter at hand is to prepare for the journey to Heavenly God Mountain in a year, and then to get ready for the trip to the True Spirit Divine Kingdom. Both tasks are fraught with danger. Whether it's Heavenly God Mountain, where it's almost impossible to come out alive, or the journey to the true Spirit Divine Kingdom, I can't afford to be careless. It seems that I must further enhance my abilities. Xiaozhu nodded. Yeah, you have entered the God King realm, and for your age, that's quite an achievement. However, to the countless powerhouses in this universe, it's still not enough. Luckily, you have reached the 5th chapter of the primordial star scripture, possessing the Tai divine power and 1,000 changes and 10,000 transformations. Especially that 1,000 changes and 10,000 transformations divine skill, it will definitely help you avert numerous crises. If you also refine the gourd sword, this mysterious heavenly divine artifact well, and be careful along the way, your chances of success in the journeys to Heavenly God Mountain and the true Spirit Divine Kingdom will be greatly increased. Yi-chun looked into the vast void ahead and nodded. Once I return to the Supreme Divine Institute, I will first aim for the God King list in order to secure a place for Heavenly God Mountain, and then collect some methods to enhance my combat power. Yi-chun and Xiaozhu conversed as they continued on their way. Shortly after, they arrived at the Teleportation Divine Formation on the subordinate star continent of the Demon Tomb. After paying the black divine coins, Yi-chun stepped into the Teleportation Divine Formation along with Xiaozhu. After tens of transmissions, Yi-chun finally returned to the Supreme Divine Institute. Looking at the all-too-familiar Supreme Divine Institute, Yi-chun was filled with a myriad of emotions. When he left the Supreme Divine Institute, he was at the 9 Tribulations True God realm, still figuring out how to quickly break into the God King realm. However, this trip to the Demon Tomb saw him directly stepping into the God King realm and even reaching the 5th chapter of the Primordial Star Scripture. The journey of these past months drastically transformed Yi-chun, though he got involved in the troublesome 3 mysterious gates of life and death. Nevertheless, Yi-chun gained thousands of drops of divine milk and also secured the gourd sword, an exquisite mysterious heavenly divine artifact, along with the corresponding mysterious heavenly divine art. All things considered, it could indeed be called an exceedingly rewarding journey. Upon returning to the Supreme Divine Institute, the first thing Yi-chun did was go to the Merit Mission Pavilion to submit his task. Even though he no longer needed to exchange for tribulation-inducing pills after entering the God King realm, Yi-chun would not waste the reward of 130,000 merit points awarded for completing a level 5 mission. After all, those merit points were enough for him to exchange for many important items in the Supreme Divine Institute. When Yi-chun handed over the Thunder Turtle Egg to an elder of the Divine Institute at the Merit Mission Pavilion, the elder checked the mission scroll and looked at Yi-chun in amazement.
Yi-chun,
You really completed this mission? According to the mission scroll, when you took this mission, you were at the 9 Tribulations True God realm. Now, you have stepped into the God King realm. It seems that your journey to the perilous Demon Tomb has indeed yielded great rewards. The heavenly divine venerable elder looked at the youth before him, with a tumultuous surge in his heart. If it had been any other disciple of the Supreme Divine Institute, perhaps he wouldn't have recognized him. But this Yi-chun before him was definitely someone whose background he knew. After all, a Yi-chun who had caught the attention of the strongest of the Supreme Divine Institute, Sovereign Xuechen, had been noticed by the Northern Territory King, had relations with the first goddess Longli of the Supreme Divine Institute, and had taken first place during the admission assessment of the 9 major divine institutes, it would be impossible for him not to know. Exactly because he knew of Yi-chun's background, this heavenly divine venerable elder was shocked. He had heard that Yi-chun had only stepped into the 9 Tribulations True God realm for a short time, yet now, just a few months later, he had already become a divine king. How could such a rate of cultivation not astound him immensely? After taking a deep breath, this heavenly divine venerable elder calmed his turbulent emotions and then said to Yi-chun, Yi-chun, take out your disciple token. I will grant you the merit points awarded for completing this level 5 mission. Yi-chun nodded and pulled out his disciple token. Seeing that the token was still that of a true God disciple, the heavenly divine venerable elder chuckled. Yi-chun, you are now a divine king. As long as you go to the advancement hall, You can directly upgrade this token to a God King Disciple token and even move to the God King Disciples Cultivation continent. Of course, these merit points can still be directly added to the token. The upgrade to a God King Disciple token will not affect them. While speaking, the Heavenly Divine Venerable Elder held a black token in his hand, and with a flash of divine light, granted 130,000 merit points into Yi Chen's disciple token. Thank you, Elder. Yi Chen took the token, swept his divine sense inside, saw that the indicated merit points had increased, safely stored the token, and bowed in gratitude to the Heavenly Divine Venerable Elder. Concerning the Elder's mention of upgrading to a God King Disciple token, Yi Chen also spoke up, Elder, the matter of the God King Disciple token is not urgent. I would like to inquire when the God King list will next open to conduct assessments. Hearing Yi Chen ask about the God King list, the Heavenly Divine Venerable Elder was stunned. The God King list? Yi Chen, you want to challenge the God King list? You've just stepped into the God King realm, and you want to challenge the God King list? As if thinking of something, the Heavenly Divine Venerable Elder slapped his forehead. Haha, I'd forgotten. Even when you were at the 9 Tribulations True God level, it was rumored you could fight against warriors with lower Earth Divine Venerable level combat power. Now that you've entered the God King realm, you could indeed challenge the God King list. You might even make it into the upper ranks. You're in such a hurry to challenge the God King list. It must be for the sake of Heavenly God Mountain, right? This Heavenly Divine Venerable knew about the 3 conditions set by Sovereign Xuechen and the Northern Territory King for Yi Chen, with the second condition being entry to Heavenly God Mountain. Yi Chen nodded. The senior has guessed correctly. Indeed, I must challenge the God King list to secure a spot for the journey to Heavenly God Mountain in over a year. To earn a spot on Heavenly God Mountain, you must rank in the top 100 of the God King list. The Heavenly Divine Venerable Elder frowned. Moreover, the rankings of the God King list change monthly, and those at the back can easily be pushed down. To ensure a spot on Heavenly God Mountain, you probably need to break into the top 50 to have a definite chance. Yi Chen, you are formidable, but it's going to be extremely difficult to break into the top 50 of the God King list. The top 50 are mostly dominated by the strongest upper God Kings from the 9 major divine institutes. Those upper God Kings generally possess combat power that can confront upper Earth Divine Venerables, and the ones at the very top can even fight against Heavenly Divine Venerables. They are said to be disciples of the 9 major divine institutes, but actually, their difference from us elders isn't much. Even though this Heavenly Divine Venerable Elder had heard of Yi Chen's power to fight against lower Earth Divine Venerables, he wasn't optimistic that Yi Chen, who had just broken through to the God King realm, would have the capability to make it into the top 50 in the God King list. It's fine, Elder. Anyway, there's still plenty of time. I'll first try challenging the God King list. Yi Chen said with a smile to the Heavenly Divine Venerable Elder. Of course, he would not tell this Heavenly Divine Venerable Elder that he had not only stepped into the God King realm but had also cultivated the 5th chapter of the Primordial Star Scripture, leading to a qualitative leap in his combat power. At this moment, he was far beyond merely having the power to confront lower Earth Divine Venerable level warriors. Seeing Yi Chen's expression, the Heavenly Divine Venerable Elder didn't press any further. Indeed, as Yi Chen said, now that he was in the God King realm, if he wished to challenge the God King list, he could do so. Even if he failed this time, he could continue to challenge again next time. Yi Chen, the God King list, and the True God ranking list are updated monthly as well. The date for this month's update of the God King list is in 2 days. If you want to see what rank you can achieve on the God King list in 2 days, you can simply go to the God King list test hall to participate in the combat power assessment. 2 days later, Yi Chen's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and he nodded. Chapter 828 Assault on the God King list. After leaving the Merit Mission Pavilion, Yi Chen went straight back to his own cave mansion in the first cave mansion area. Yi Chen was not in a rush to go to the advancement hall to upgrade his disciple token from the True God token to the God King token. It was something he planned to do when he was about to challenge the God King list 2 days later. Yi Chen returned to his cave mansion first to rest and recuperate from the fatigue of the journey back to the Supreme Divine Institute. At the same time, he reflected on the gains and losses of his trip to the demon tomb. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed like the snap of fingers, and the day for the monthly challenge to enter the God King list finally arrived. Early in the morning, Yi Chen's figure disappeared from the cave mansion. The Supreme Divine Institute has a total of 18 living continents, among which 6 are inhabited by disciples and elders, and the other 12 are sealed continents with various relics and places of adventure. Among the 6 living continents, the most populous is the God King living continent. The reason why the God King living continent has the most people is because there are the most disciples in the God King realm in the entire Supreme Divine Institute. This is easy to understand. After all, those who pass the assessments of the 8 Great Divine Institutes and then join the Supreme Divine Institute are basically extremely powerful figures of the 8th Tribulation's true gods or 9 Tribulation's true gods. It's exceedingly rare for someone like the little provincial princess to join the Supreme Divine Institute as a 3 Tribulation's true god. And those who stand out from the assessments of the 8 Great Divine Institutes to join the Supreme Divine Institute as 8th Tribulation's true gods or 9 Tribulation's true gods definitely have exceptional talents and perceptiveness. In such cases, after joining the Supreme Divine Institute for some time, whether it be a few years or several decades, with the exception of those who fall during the Divine Tribulation, almost all of them can step into the God King realm. As a result, there is an incredibly large number of God King realm disciples accumulated within the disciples of the Supreme Divine Institute. The difficulty of cultivating from the God King realm to the Divine Venerable realm increases countless times over. This also means that the number of disciples who remain in the God King realm within the Supreme Divine Institute is even more substantial. Many disciples have cultivated for thousands of years in the Supreme Divine Institute and are still in the God King realm. And once they break through to the Divine Venerable realm, aside from a very small number of people who continue to cultivate in the Supreme Divine Institute, others either opt to become junior elders of the 8 Great Divine Institutes or choose to leave the Supreme Divine Institute to forge their own paths and establish powers elsewhere in the Divine Kingdoms. Overall, the number of Divine Venerable realm figures in the Supreme Divine Institute is far less than that of God King realm disciples. In the entire Supreme Divine Institute, the number of people in the God King realm is the highest, followed by the True God realm, then the Divine Venerable realm and the Sovereign realm powerhouses are the least. Under such circumstances, it goes without saying that the God King living continent is the liveliest of the 6 living continents of the Supreme Divine Institute. And the liveliest day on the God King living continent is the day each month when the challenge for the God King list takes place. The God King list is a ranking list jointly established by the 8 Great Divine Institutes and only includes the top 1,000 ranked within the God King realm. The God King realm disciples of the 8 Great Divine Institutes total several million. Just the Supreme Divine Institute alone has hundreds of thousands of God King realm disciples. Given this situation, the competition for the 1,000 spots on the God King list is, of course, extremely fierce. When the day to challenge the God King list arrives, countless God Kings with recent breakthroughs, or those not in closed-door cultivation, would gather outside the God King Hall, where the list is located. Some come to challenge the God King list themselves. Others come to watch the challenge play out. After Yi Chen upgraded his disciple token to the God King token at the True God Life Continent's Advancement Hall, he arrived outside the God King Hall on the God King Living Continent, where he found the exterior of the hall already packed with a crowd of over 100,000 people. This is still with many of the Supreme Divine Institute's God King realm disciples in closed-door cultivation or out on missions. If everyone were to come here, the number of people present would likely multiply many times over. A sight of hustle and bustle and boiling excitement covered the square outside the God King Hall, and a smile appeared on Yi Chen's face. The rumors are true. The God King living continent is indeed bustling with excitement. Just the Supreme Divine Institute alone has so many people crowded here to challenge the God King list. Presumably, the other 8 Great Divine Institutes also have countless disciples right now gathered outside their own God King halls, preparing to challenge the God King list as well. The day when the 9 Great Divine Institutes challenge the God King list each month is the same day. This is also to ensure that the rankings of the 9 divine institutes on the God King list are updated at the same time, making it fairer. Yi Chen's guess was correct. Apart from the Supreme Divine Institute, the other divine institutes including the Tai Ching Divine Institute, Tai Wu Divine Institute, and Tai Lin Divine Institute also had hundreds of thousands of people crowded in the squares outside their God King Hall, ready to challenge the God King list. All 9 divine institutes had sent elders from within the institute to preside over the challenge ceremony for the God King list. The one responsible for presiding over the ceremony at the Supreme Divine Institute was an elder of the Upper Immortal Divine Venerable level. The deployment of an elder of the Upper Immortal Divine Venerable rank clearly shows the great importance the Supreme Divine Institute places on the God King list. As soon as the Immortal Divine Venerable Elder announced the official start of this month's challenge to the God King list, the gates of the God King Hall opened, and 100 individuals eager to test their God King combat power entered the God King Hall at once. Just like with True God disciples challenging the True God ranking list, this kind of combat power test is extremely fast. In less than a moment, all 100 individuals had exited the God King Hall. However, the God King list hanging outside the God King Hall showed virtually no changes. After all, breaking into the top 1,000 of the God King realm across all 9 divine institutes and making it onto the God King list is not an easy feat. It was only after a dozen or so batches of challengers that 3 names on the God King list changed their rankings. But the rankings at the very top of the God King list did not budge in the slightest. Clearly, these individuals are the absolute powerhouses among the God King realm of the 9 divine institutes, and no one is capable of shaking their positions. Following the flow of the crowd in the square, Yi Chen slowly made his way forward, while his gaze also drifted towards the top rankings on the God King list. The name ranked first on the God King list was a name Yi Chen was extremely familiar with, Yang Yun. The name ranked third on the God King list was also one Yi Chen knew all too well, none other than Yang Yen. Yang Yun and Yang Yen bore a grudge against Yi Chen, even sending an Upper God King to assassinate him in the past. Yi Chen ultimately killed that Upper God King with the Xian Divine Cone and severely deterred the two of them. In the end, Yang Yun and Yang Yen even set up a banquet and offered Yi Chen an apology, swearing that if they ever encountered Yi Chen again, they would steer clear from him. After that, Yi Chen headed to the Demon Tomb, and never saw Yang Yun and Yang Yen again. Now, seeing the names of the two hanging at the very top of the God King list, a glimmer of sharpness flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. Before going to the Demon Tomb, Yi Chen would have been very concerned about these two. After all, without the Xian Divine Cone, he probably wouldn't have had any way to deal with them. But now, Yi Chen had successfully made a breakthrough to the God King realm, stepped into the 5th chapter of the Primordial Star Scripture, and was even able to mobilize a small mass of the blue extreme ice flame. At this moment, even if Yang Yun and Yang Yen took action themselves, Yi Chen was unafraid. His gaze sliding over the names of Yang Yun and Yang Yen, Yi Chen's attention settled on the name in the 2nd spot on the God King list. Written there was, Mu Qingxue Middle God King, from the Tai Ching Divine Institute. This person ranked 2nd on the God King list, was shockingly not from the Supreme Divine Institute, but a disciple from the Tai Ching Divine Institute among the 9 great divine institutes. Even more special was that this person managed to reach the 2nd rank on the God King list, while in the Middle God King realm. Yi Chen noticed that the entire top 50 of the God King list were basically dominated by Upper God Kings. Except for Mu Qingxue, seizing the 2nd rank as a Middle God King, there was only one other Middle God King who had broken into the 46th rank, and there was not a single Lower God King among the entire top 50. Chapter 829- Yi Chen's name. It seems that this Mu Qingxue is extraordinary. To be able to rise to the 2nd place on the God King list, she clearly has the combat power to contend with ordinary heavenly divine venerables. What's more valuable is that she is a Middle God King. For a Middle God King to be this formidable, her future is boundless. Yi Chen murmured as he looked at the name Mu Qingxue. More than just boundless. This Mu Qingxue is just like the first goddess of our Supreme Divine Institute, Divine Lady Long Li, hailed as a heavens chosen of Tai Ching Divine Institute. Moreover, Rumors say that her relationship with our institute's first goddess Long Li is very good, and she is also a little girl who is very young. While Yi Chun was talking to himself, a god king standing next to him heard what he said and directly spoke to Yi Chun. Yi Chun turned to look at this god king and saw that the man was rotund and plump, with a physique thrice the size of Yi Chen's, an upper god king with an exceptionally large frame. Having cultivated to the god king realm, one has the ability to alter their physique with divine power. Most god kings shape themselves to be leaner, but this person chose to maintain such a chubby appearance, which is somewhat peculiar. It is uncertain whether he favors this look or if it is connected to the cultivation technique he practices. Yi Chun, however, does not pay too much attention to this person's physique. Instead, he becomes curious about the affairs of Mu Qingxue mentioned by the God King. The Mu Qingxue who ranked second on the God King list actually has a good relationship with Long Li. Senior brother, from your tone, it seems you are quite familiar with this Mu Qingxue? Yi Chun smiles at the rotund God King and inquires aloud. The fat God King surreptitiously winks at Yi Chun and whispers, "Of course, I, Ling Feng, am very well acquainted with the famous female disciples from the 9 great divine institutes. Very well acquainted with the famous female disciples from the 9 great divine institutes." This, Yi Chun is taken aback by the fat God King's remark. And what Yi Chun did not expect was that this fat God King actually pulled out a booklet and quickly flipped through it for Yi Chun. With a quick glance, Yi Chun noticed that this thick booklet recorded the name of a female martial artist on every page, along with a lot of information about their deeds. The booklet had thousands of pages, with each page bearing a different name. This fat God King is indeed a unique individual. What left Yi Chun speechless was that the name of Long Li directly appeared on the first page of this booklet, while Mu Qingxue's name was also on the second page. After quickly flipping through the booklet for Yi Chun, the fat God King proudly winked at Yi Chun. It seems he is extremely satisfied with his collection. Then, the fat God King turned to the first page of the booklet and said to Yi Chun, "Junior brother, seeing you're a newcomer, you must have just arrived from the true God living continent to the God King living continent, right?" Yi Chun nodded. "Yes. I've only recently advanced to the God King realm, and have just arrived on the God King living continent." Yi Chun is not surprised that this person does not recognize him. With tens of thousands of God Kings in the Supreme Divine Institute, only a few thousand had seen him during the examinations and the induction ceremony at the 9 great divine institutes. It is not surprising that other God King disciples do not recognize him. Hearing that Yi Chun had just arrived at the God King living continent, the fat God King's interest visibly peaked. Seeing that there were many others queuing to challenge the God King list to test their combat power, he lowered his head and continued speaking to Yi Chun. "Junior brother, it's fortuitous that you arrived on the God King living continent and met me. I am very familiar with many goddess kings and can introduce them to you properly." While talking, he pointed to the name of Long Li on the first page of the booklet in his hand. This page details information about the first goddess Long Li of our Supreme Divine Institute. Long Li, even if you haven't seen her, you must have heard of her, right? Yi Chun nods and touches his nose. Long Li, he has not only seen her. If this fat God King knew that not only had he seen Long Li but also had a relationship with her, he would probably drop his jaw in shock. Yi Chun's thoughts drifted to the stunningly beautiful girl Long Li, and he became momentarily preoccupied. The fat God King beside him continued eagerly. "Long Li is truly a peerless beauty. I once caught a distant glimpse of her, and I've never seen a more beautiful woman. Especially her aloof temperament, as though she were a cold palace fairy, makes one feel shabby in comparison. What's even more impressive is that her combat power is incredibly strong. While she was in the God King realm, she defeated many heavenly divine venerables, and some of them were truly formidable. She's a legend on the God King list, a legend of the Supreme Divine Institute. Rumor has it that she only challenged the God King list once when she was a middle God King and has occupied first place ever since. No one has been able to replace her position until she stepped into the Earth Divine Venerable realm and vanished from the God King list. To this day, no one knows how incredibly powerful she truly is. When it came to Long Li, The fat god king was full of animation and spoke incessantly. However, as if struck by a thought, he frowned with regret. Unfortunately, such a rare beauty like the goddess Long Li has been claimed by someone else. I only just emerged from seclusion when I heard that Long Li has taken a liking to a true god named Yi Chun. When I have time, I definitely want to see what this Yi Chun looks like to have captured Long Li's heart. Alas, let's not talk about her. It just makes me sad. How could such an extraordinary beauty fall for a true god? I'm an upper god king and still couldn't win the heart of the goddess. Such a pity, truly a pity. The forlorn look on the fat god king, along with his clearly envious demeanor of Yi Chun, who won Long Li's heart, left Yi Chun himself somewhat bemused. Yi Chun's eyes moved to the information on Long Li contained in the booklet held by the fat god king. He saw that it indeed recorded a lot of detailed information. It documented when Long Li joined the Supreme Divine Institute, when she challenged the God King list, and the secret realms she visited for cultivation. However, Yi Chun had heard about these events from Long Li herself, so it didn't surprise him. Just as Yi Chun had scanned the information about Long Li, the fat God King next to him snapped out of his self-pity. He turned to the second page of the booklet and, pointing at the information about Mu Qingxue, said to Yi Chun, "Junior brother, there's no hope for me with Long Li's affection, but I've decided, from now on, my goal as Ling Feng is to pursue Mu Qingxue. Once I step into the Divine Venerate realm, I'll go to the Tai Ching Divine Institute to find Mu Qingxue. I must not miss the opportunity with her again." Hearing this oath from the fat god king Ling Feng, Yi Chun smiled and nodded. His gaze then shifted towards the information about Mu Qingxue recorded on the booklet in Ling Feng's hands. Yi Chun saw the booklet stated, Mu Qingxue, a disciple of the Tai Ching Divine Institute, about the same age as Long Li, only 16 years old. Rumors suggest she comes from one of the four great forces of the Divine Kingdom, the northern region's Danxia Valley. When Yi Chun saw Mu Qingxue was from Danxia Valley, he was intrigued. Someone from Danxia Valley? No wonder she has a good relationship with Long Li. Yi Chun knew that among the four great forces of the Divine Kingdom, Danxia Valley was completely subservient to the Northern Territory King, and the person most cherished and cared for by the Northern Territory King was Long Li. It was unsurprising that Long Li and Mu Qingxue from Danxia Valley would get along well. Yi Chun continued to read the booklet. After joining the Tai Ching Divine Institute, Mu Qingxue only challenged the God King list 3 times. The first time she challenged it was right after stepping into the God King realm, where she directly entered the top 50, ranking 43rd. Her second challenge to the God King list was before attaining the middle God King status. That time, she directly surged into the top 10. Once she stepped into the middle God King realm, the third time she challenged the God King list, she went straight to the 3rd place. When Long Li stepped into the Earth Divine Venerable realm and disappeared from the God King list, Mu Qingxue naturally assumed the 2nd place on the list. Mu Qingxue hasn't challenged the God King list in over a year. Next time she challenges it, it's quite possible she'll surpass Yang Yun and aim for the 1st place. After reading all the information about Mu Qingxue, Yi Chun found this little girl who had a good relationship with Long Li to be quite astonishing. To achieve such distinctions at only 16 was indeed extraordinary. Seeing Yi Chun finish reading the information about Mu Qingxue, the proud fat god King Ling Feng turned to Yi Chun and said, "How about that, junior brother? The information I've collected isn't bad, right? Once I challenge the God King list this time, I'll travel to the 9 Divine Institutes. I'm sure I'll gather even more information." "Oh right, junior brother, you probably aren't aware of my ranking yet. I am ranked 832nd on the God King list, the 832nd among the millions of God Kings in the 9 Divine Institutes. Impressive, right?" Hearing fat God King Ling Feng's words, Yi Chun looked at the God King list and indeed saw the name Ling Feng in the 832nd position. Being able to enter the top 1,000 on the God King list indeed is quite good, Yi Chun said to Ling Feng with a smile. "What do you mean, quite good?" Ling Feng glared at Yi Chun. "It's very impressive, okay? Junior brother, you've just stepped into the God King realm. You don't realize how hard it is to challenge the God King list. It took me 17 tries to achieve this result. Once you challenge it, you'll understand just how difficult it is. Don't worry, when the time comes, I, your senior brother, won't laugh at you. Just take it slow. At the end, Ling Feng patted Yi Chen's shoulder and spoke reassuringly. Yi Chen nodded with a smile. The two of them continued to chat quietly as they moved forward. From time to time, Ling Feng would flip open the booklet again to introduce the female martial artists to Yi Chen. Unconsciously, the two of them arrived at the front of the queue. After a short wait, both the Fat God King and Yi Chen were chosen to enter the God King Hall to challenge the God King list with 100 others. Let's go, to challenge the God King list. Seeing that they were finally about to challenge the God King list, the Fat God King raised his fist excitedly, his flesh quivering. This time, I must break into the top 800. After greeting Yi Chen, the Fat God King flew straight into the God King Hall. Yi Chen glanced at the deep hall of the God King Hall and then stepped in. The challenge of the 100 in the God King Hall for the God King list was conducted individually in separate spaces to test combat power. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The test duration was extremely short. Soon after, one figure after another flew out. The Fat God King Ling Feng was among the 90th-something people to fly out. When he did, he immediately looked at the God King list. Seeing his ranking jump from 832nd to 745th on the God King list, Ling Feng leaped up excitedly. I've succeeded. I've advanced by many ranks. His gaze then swept around, intending to find Yi Chen whom he had been talking to all along, so he could boast about his achievement, but he didn't see Yi Chen after a long while. Could that little junior brother still have not finished the test? Is it his first time challenging the God King list, and he's yet to understand the rules? I'll have to comfort him when he comes out. Fat God King Ling Feng thought to himself. Just as he was smacking his forehead, he heard a series of incredulous gasps around him. My God! A newcomer has broken into the top 10 of the God King list, and it's a lower God King.
Yi Chen.
Is his name Yi Chen? Don't tell me. It's the Yi Chen related to Long Li? Chapter 830-9 Great Divine Institutes tremble. Hearing the surrounding discussions, the Fat God King Ling Feng was also taken aback.
Yi Chen.
Ling Feng looked directly at the God King list. With one look, his plump face contorted as his eyes bulged out roundly. He saw that the 7th position on the God King list was shimmering with a divine marvel of golden divine light. This kind of golden divine light only appears when someone makes their first entry into the God King list. To claim the 7th position upon the first entry into the God King list, throughout the countless ages of history in the 9 Great Divine Institutes, it's an incredibly rare occurrence. When he saw that beneath the golden divine light, the golden script read Yi Chen, Lower God King, Supreme Divine Institute, the Fat God King Ling Feng was filled with utter disbelief. Someone really managed to break into the top 10 of the God King list on their first attempt. And it was a lower God King at that. If an upper God King made it into the top 10, that would still be acceptable. But for a lower God King to make it into the top 10, that was something Ling Feng, the Fat God King, could not even fathom. After all, previously, not a single lower God King was among the top 50 of the entire God King list. The Fat God King Ling Feng also thought of something. The God King list just changed, obviously. This Yi Chen who has taken the 7th spot is someone who was in the same batch of tests as me. From the 100 people we were testing with just now, only that junior was a lower God King realm martial artist. Could it be that he is the Yi Chen who entered into the 7th position? That junior also said that he had just stepped into the God King realm and was making his first attempt at the God King list. To break into the 7th position on his first try. How is that possible? With this thought flashing through his mind, an incredulous expression appeared on Fat God King Ling Feng's face. What shocked him even more was that this junior was also named Yi Chen. The Fat God King clearly remembered, with absolute clarity, that the youth who was involved with the first goddess of the Supreme Divine Institute, the one he secretly admired, was named Yi Chen. Could it be that he was the junior brother he had been talking to for so long? If it really was him, thinking of how he had discussed Long Li and Mu Qingxue at length with this junior brother, Ling Feng couldn't help but feel a strange sensation in his heart. He had actually discussed Long Li with the very person Long Li was fond of, and recalling how he had mentioned to this junior brother that he was ranked 832nd on the God King list, and that junior brother had commented that it was not bad. Ling Feng felt he had been patronized by the junior brother, not realizing the difficulty of the God King list. Now, compared to this achievement of 7th place, being called not bad for ranking 832nd was a great honor. His achievement was utterly eclipsed by this junior brother. Just as the fat God King Ling Feng was still shaking and in disbelief, he saw the young man he had been chatting with throughout his journey, flying out from the God King Hall. And this junior brother was also shining with the same golden divine light as the divine script on the God King list, the golden divine light representing a first-time entry into the God King list. In an instant, Ling Feng realized that this junior brother he had been talking to was indeed the one ranked 7th on the God King list. Yichen. At that moment, all the fat God King Ling Feng could feel was sheer astonishment. Meanwhile, in the plaza outside the God King Hall, many among the crowd of God Kings were also able to clearly recognize Yi Chen's face. Suddenly, several hundred voices called out from all around the plaza. It's that Yi Chen, the very same youth involved with Long Li. It really is him who broke into the top 10 of the God King list. Originally, there were over 100,000 God Kings trying to challenge the God King list, coming and going, with everyone's focus on the God King list itself. No one was paying any attention to Yi Chen. But now it was different. The top of the God King list, which previously had no changes, suddenly showed a transformation in the top 10, especially the unprecedented shift of a first-time entry into the top 10. The gleaming golden divine light alone, symbolizing this first-time breakthrough into the top 10, was enough to draw countless eyes towards Yi Chen. Now, of course, those who had seen Yi Chen before quickly recognized his identity. When the God Kings from different places confirmed that this junior brother was indeed that Yi Chen, whom even Long Li fancied, the fat God King Ling Feng's jaw dropped open in shock. It really is him. He's the one who won Long Li's heart. Heavens! I even discussed the topic of female martial artists from the 8 great divine institutes with him. Seeing the fat God King Ling Feng gape in astonishment, and hearing the surrounding exclamations and discussions, Yi Chen could only give a helpless smile. It seemed that his arrival on the God King living continent had instantly made him known to many. However, Yi Chen wasn't particularly concerned about hiding his identity. Compared to concealing his identity, the challenge to the God King list was the most important thing. After all, this was about whether he could secure a spot to go to the Heavenly God Mountain. With this in mind, Yi Chen looked up, his gaze directly at the 7th place on the God King list. Earlier, when entering the God King Hall to test his combat power, he didn't hold back much in order to ensure a strong position on the God King list and lay a solid foundation for his bid for the Heavenly God Mountain spot. Apart from not using such terrifying and astounding combat power means as the blue extreme ice flame, Yi Chen unleashed all his other combat power means. Originally, after Yi Chen stepped into the God King realm and mastered the 5th chapter of the Primordial Star Scripture, he definitely had the strength to fight with ordinary heavenly divine venerables. Under such circumstances, breaking into the 7th place on the God King list is not considered a surprise. The 7th. This definitely guarantees a spot to enter the Heavenly God Mountain. As for the 1st place, Yi Chen's gaze turned directly towards the top of the God King list, where names like Yang Yun and Mu Qingxue were listed. If he were to use a trump card like the blue extreme ice flame, it might not be impossible for him to challenge for the 1st place on the God King list. However, Yi Chen would not easily resort to using such a life-saving tactic just for the vain glory of being first. After all, being able to use the blue extreme ice flame in the God King realm was something that even Huyen Divine Master found astonishing, and no one in the Supreme Divine Institute knew about it. It's better to keep such an ace up one's sleeve a secret. One day, when he can reach 1st place on the God King list with his normal capabilities, that will be the achievement Yi Chen strives for. While Yi Chen was looking at the God King list with flickering brilliance in his eyes, The entire God King Hall Plaza of the Supreme Divine Institute was in a stupefied shock over Yi Chen's achievement. Yet, Yi Chen was unaware that his feat had caused such a tremendous shock throughout all 9 divine institutes. Whoosh! 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 Divine light streaked out the very moment Yi Chen's score appeared on the God King list. Unseen by all, flying towards the reclusive sovereign realm within the deepest depths of the Supreme Divine Institute. The changes on the God King list would normally not capture the attention of the sovereign powers of the Supreme Divine Institute. However, managing to break into the top 10 of the God King list on the first try is a rarity even in the Supreme Divine Institute, and the one who created this miracle was but a lower God King. Placing in the top 10 of the God King list, as decided by the 9 divine institutes as a lower God King realm, is definitely big news. Of course, this caused the prohibition of the God King Hall to be triggered, immediately transmitting the news from the God King Hall into the ears of the sovereign realm powers of the Supreme Divine Institute. When they heard that the one who created this miracle was Yi Chen, whom Sovereign Xuechen paid extraordinary attention to, for a moment, many sovereigns of the Supreme Divine Institute were stunned on the spot. This Yi Chen, hasn't he just joined the Supreme Divine Institute recently? It's said that he stepped into the true God realm just over a year ago, and now he's already become a God King? The sovereigns found it almost inconceivable. This speed of cultivation was simply too fast. So fast that even they, as sovereigns, found it unbelievable. Among these sovereigns, there was a 7-star female sovereign who, looking at an object in her hand, turned her gaze towards the direction of the God King Hall. She muttered to herself, "It looks like it's time to meet this Yi Chen." Just like the disturbance within the Supreme Divine Institute, the other 8 divine institutes among the 9 great divine institutes could also see the changes on the God King list. They, too, saw the miracle of Yi Chen breaking into the 7th spot on the God King list as a lower God King. This news, not only causing a stir among the God Kings watching the God King list within the 8 divine institutes, spread like wildfire throughout them. In an instant, countless figures, including many who occupied the top 50 or even the top 20 on the God King list, were roused from their cultivation. Those occupying the highest places on the God King list do not challenge the God King list every month, because they know that it is difficult for anyone to easily shake their positions. This time, someone surpassed them and broke directly into the 7th place, naturally causing a huge commotion among the God Kings, compelling them to personally fly to the God King list to see for themselves. Not only these formidable God Kings but many divine venerables and even sovereigns from the 9 great divine institutes, upon hearing the news, rushed towards the God King Hall. Tai Ching Divine Institute. It is a divine institute of unmatched level within the 9 great divine institutes, second only in prestige to the Supreme Divine Institute. In a secluded cultivation area of the Tai Ching Divine Institute, a valley blooming with flowers, just as Yi Chen broke into the 7th place on the God King list and the news spread, a petite young girl's figure appeared in the void above the flower-filled valley. This delicate young girl, wearing a white training outfit, looked pure and elegant, incredibly young in appearance. If any God King, Divine Venerable, or Sovereign of the Tai Ching Divine Institute saw this young girl, they would certainly recognize her as the most powerful God King in the Tai Ching Divine Institute, Mu Qingxue, who occupied the 2nd spot on the God King list, even though she was only at the middle God King realm. The moment Mu Qingxue appeared in the void, her eyes turned towards the direction of the Tai Ching Divine Institute's God King Hall. She murmured softly to herself, Yi Chen made it to the 7th on the God King list? He has broken into the God King list even faster than I expected, and his rank is even higher than I imagined, landing at the 7th place on his first try." Smiling lightly, the petite young girl Mu Qingxue said, "Sister Longley said Yi Chen would surely fulfill the 3 requirements of the 2 sovereigns. When he successfully completed the assessment of the 9 great divine institutes and took first place, I knew that he would definitely break into the God King realm within 2 years and secure a spot for the Heavenly God Mountain journey to fulfill the 2nd requirement of the 2 sovereigns. I did not expect it to come so quickly. I will also participate in the next Heavenly God Mountain expedition. Then I'll have the chance to meet this Yi Chen." With that, anticipation gleamed in Mu Qingxue's eyes. I really want to see for myself what's so special about this young man who has caught Sister Longley's heart and broke into the 7th place on the God King list on his very first entry as a lower God King. Chapter 831. Arrival of Guests and the New Cave Abode. Yi-chun had no idea just how much of a stir his first attempt to rank on the God King list had caused in the 9 Great Divine Institutes. He was also unaware that Mu Qingxue, who had been inquiring about him for half a day, seemed to know quite a lot about his affairs. At this time, having finished the challenge for the God King list and seeing the crowd around the plaza increasing, Yi-chun had no intention of staying any longer in the God King Hall Plaza. He had many important matters to attend to. Now that the God King list challenge was over, there was no need to waste any more time here. Having nodded and bid farewell to the fat God King Ling Feng with a smile, and after receiving a token representing the top 10 from the hands of the Immortal Divine Venerable, a Supreme Divine Institute elder overseeing the God King list tests, Yi-chun was ready to head to the first cave mansion area on the God King Living Continent. Like the true God Life Continent, on the God King Living Continent there are also several major areas. If it's a general disciple from the Supreme Divine Institute who steps into the God King realm from the True God realm and doesn't break into the top 1,000 of the God King list, they can only establish a cave dwelling for cultivation in the ordinary areas of the God King Living Continent. However, once one breaks into the God King list, they can establish a cave dwelling in the special areas of the God King Living Continent. Among them, the most precious special area is the first cave mansion area of the God King Living Continent, where only those in the top 10 of the God King list are entitled to establish a cave dwelling. Originally, when Yi-chun upgraded his disciple token to a God King token at the Advancement Hall, he obtained a quota to open a cave dwelling in the ordinary areas of the God King Living Continent. However, now that he has secured a spot in the top 10 of the God King list, this ordinary quota is no longer needed, and he can directly establish his cave dwelling in the first cave mansion area. On the True God Life Continent, Yi-chun has already witnessed the preciousness of the first cave mansion area. It was there that he selected the cave dwelling left by Sovereign Lei Fa, from which he obtained the exceedingly precious mysterious heavenly divine artifact and ultimate heavenly artifact, as well as the Xian divine cone. Those Xian divine cones really helped Yi-chun, whether it was slaying Shuexian, who challenged him on the platform of life and death at the behest of Yang Yun and Yang Yen, or avenging the enemy of the Ice Seal God King, and Aishan God King. The Xian divine cone played a significant role, especially during the journey in the Demon Tomb. The Xian divine cone lent a great deal of support in the Three Evils Sea, and when Yi-chun broke through to the God King realm. One could say that if it were not for his entry into the first cave mansion area on the True God Life Continent, where he chose a fine cave dwelling, he might not have advanced to the God King realm as smoothly and swiftly. In such a situation, facing the newly entered God King Living Continent and the opportunity to select a cave dwelling once again, Yi-chun naturally wanted to seize the opportunity well. On the True God Life Continent, I chose a good cave dwelling. Unfortunately, now that I have come to the God King Living Continent, I can no longer use that dwelling and have to choose another cave dwelling on this continent. However, my star blue divine garment has undergone another transformation, and I am already privy to the secrets of the cave dwelling of Sovereign Lei Fa. Although leaving that cave dwelling is regrettable, it is not something I cannot accept. Now, it's time to see if there are any suitable new cave dwellings to choose from in the first cave mansion area of the God King Living Continent. With his mind made up, Yi-chun was ready to follow the guidance of the Immortal Divine Venerable Elder, holding the token representing the top 10 of the God King list, to find the elder responsible for arranging cave dwellings on the God King Living Continent, to select a new cave dwelling. At this moment, something unexpected happened to Yi-chun. Before Yi-chun could leave the God King Hall Plaza, two voices enveloped the entire God King Hall Plaza and reached Yi-chun's ears. Yi-chun, congratulations on making it into the top 10 of the God King list. Junior brother Yi-chun, you are truly as remarkable as Sister Longley mentioned. Boom! Boom! Following that, the curtain of void heaven above the God King Hall Plaza was torn apart, and a female sovereign wearing a purple divine robe, with a dignified appearance, accompanied by a female divine venerable in a blue misty robe, appeared above void heaven. Upon seeing these two arrivals, especially the female sovereign, due to the news of a lower God King breaking into the top 10 of the God King list and the rush to the God King Hall Plaza. Many figures from the Supreme Divine Institute at the Divine Venerable and Sovereign level were all taken aback. Those Divine Venerable figures directly bowed in greeting to the female Sovereign and female Divine Venerable. And those of the Sovereign level also somewhat unexpectedly gave a fist and palm salute to this female Sovereign, saying, "Sovereign Jialan, you came too?" At the same time, addressing the female Divine Venerable, "Divine Venerable Mengyu, you actually emerged from seclusion." When hearing these sovereigns call out the names Sovereign Jialan and Divine Venerable Mengyu, many God Kings in the God King Hall Square were visibly shaken. Sovereign Jialan? Divine Venerable Mengyu? These are two greatly prestigious figures from our Supreme Divine Institute. Sovereign Jialan is an alchemy grandmaster from our Supreme Divine Institute, and also a major figure at the 7-star Sovereign Realm. Divine Venerable Mengyu, although not yet having stepped into the Sovereign Realm, is nevertheless the most formidable immortal Divine Venerable of our Supreme Divine Institute, and also the top name on the Divine Venerable list of the 9 Great Divine Institutes. They've actually come here together. From their tone, it seems they are here to congratulate Yichun on his assault on the God King list. Yichun is actually so familiar with these two major figures. Meanwhile, some disciples of the Supreme Divine Institute whispered, "You may not know, but Sovereign Jialan and Divine Venerable Meng Yu both followed Sovereign Xueqin in their cultivation, so they are technically Long Li's senior sisters. Perhaps it's because of Long Li that they are so familiar with Yichun and treat him so specially. It seems like Long Li really considers Yichun something special. Otherwise, these two prestigious figures wouldn't be so courteous to him." The buzzing discussions around them, of course, did not escape the ears of Sovereign Jialan and Divine Venerable Mengyu. However, the two of them did not care about these discussions and smiled at Yichun, saying, "Yichen, you have completed your assault on the God King list, and next you probably need to choose a cave mansion, right? Come on, the two of us will accompany you to select a cave mansion. Just so happens, there's one that is exceptionally suitable for you." With that said, the two women looked at each other and smiled, revealing some mischievous looks. "Accompany me to choose a cave mansion?" Yichun was momentarily stunned. He had never met this Sovereign Jialan or Divine Venerable Mengyu. Why did they act as if they were very close to him? Could it really be, as the others discussed, because of Long Li? Sovereign Jialan. This name sounds quite familiar. Yichun felt that the name of Sovereign Jialan was very familiar indeed. In an instant it came to him. The person who posted that level 5 task in the Merit Task Pavilion, which was to go to the Demon Tomb to snatch the Thunder Turtle egg. Wasn't it Sovereign Jialan? Yichun did not expect to encounter this female sovereign here. As for Divine Venerable Mengyu, Yichun had neither seen her before nor even heard her name. But unexpectedly, she turned out to be the number 1 name on the most formidable Divine Venerable list, among the 3 lists of the 9 Great Divine Institutes. Nevertheless, although Yichun was surprised by the invitation from these 2 major figures, he would not refuse. Yichun smiled, nodded to the 2 women, and stepped into the void to arrive beside Sovereign Jialan and Divine Venerable Mengyu. Yichun was even more curious about which cave mansion these 2 prestigious figures said was exceptionally suited for him. Chapter 832 Panic, Outrage, Surprise. Seeing Yichun arriving in the void, Sovereign Jialan and Divine Venerable Mengyu both smiled slightly. Following that, with a swoosh of Sovereign Jialan's sleeve, the 3 of them disappeared from above the void of the God King Hall Square. After the 3 of them disappeared, the entire square boiled over with excitement. Without the deterrent of Sovereign Jialan and Divine Venerable Mengyu, the disciples of the Supreme Divine Institute erupted into loud discussions. And what they discussed most was the miracle Yichun created on the God King list, as well as Yichun's relationship with Long Li. In the crowd, the most stunned was Fat God King Lingfeng, who felt dizzy watching the figures of Yichun, Sovereign Jialan, and Divine Venerable Mengyu disappearing. My heavens, Long Li actually likes Yichun to this extent. She left the Supreme Divine Institute, and her two sister masters even especially came to see Yi Chun. Sovereign Jialan and Divine Venerable Mengyu, both are famously cold beauties from the Supreme Divine Institute. Now, in full view of everyone, they are so intimate with Yi Chun. When will I ever have such blessings? Fat God King Lingfeng is now absolutely filled with envy and admiration towards Yi Chun. Some people are envious, some admire, some are stirred, some are jealous. But among the crowd, there are two people who are shivering all over, filled with immense fear. These two people are Yang Yun and Yang Yen, ranked first and third on the God King list. Both of them were cultivating in their own cave mansions. When they heard about the God King list undergoing huge changes, and Yi Chun as a lower God King breaking into the 7th position, both of them were so startled that they immediately jumped up. They knew better than everyone what it meant for Yi Chun to occupy the 7th spot on the God King list. Initially, when they first met Yi Chun, he was just a 4 tribulations true god. In just a short period of time, Yi Chun broke through to an 8-tier true god in the 9 Suns ancient land, and later, he even cultivated to become a 9 tribulations true god. Now, in just a few short months, he had stepped into the God King realm. What's more terrifying is that every time Yi Chun experienced a realm breakthrough, the increase in his combat power was enough to instill fear in them. Initially, when Yi Chun was a 4 tribulations true god, he was a nobody in their eyes, yet, as a 9 tribulations true god, he possessed combat power capable of fighting an Earth Divine Venerable. Now, having just entered the lower God King realm, he even stormed into 7th place on the God King list. The 7th on the God King list is definitely capable of opposing ordinary lower heavenly divine venerables. Even Yang Yun and Yang Yen only had Yi Chun's current combat power when they broke through to the upper God King realm. Now, while Yi Chun is still a lower God King, his combat power has reached such levels, how could they not be terrified? Given time, if Yi Chun breaks through to the middle God King or even upper God King rank, he would surely leave them far behind. Especially since after they arrived at the God King Hall Square and saw Yi Chun's name indeed appearing as 7th on the God King list, they saw even more clearly how Sovereign Jialan and Divine Venerable Mengyu cared about Yi Chun. At this moment, they deeply regretted having ever been enemies with Yi Chun. Initially, they were jealous when they thought of Yi Chun being with Long Li, but now it seems that only Yi Chun is worthy of such a peerless heavens chosen like Long Li. We cannot be enemies with Yi Chun anymore. In the future, the further away from this Yi Chun, the better. Yang Yun and Yang Yen exchanged a look, and both made up their minds. When Yi Chun was still a 9 tribulations true god, he had Xue Xian, who had been instigated against him, killed on the platform of life and death, and even issued a challenge of life and death against the two of them. At that time, Yang Yun and Yang Yen were both scared off by the blue extreme ice flame that Yi Chun possessed and dared not make a move. Eventually, they had agreed to Yi Chun's 3 conditions. Whether it was setting up a feast to apologize to Yi Chun, keeping a distance of no less than 300 zhang from him, or hanging an apology light screen outside their cave mansion, these 3 conditions had greatly embarrassed Yang Yun and Yang Yen. Back then, they still had thoughts of seeking revenge against Yi Chun. Now, seeing Yi Chun break into the God King realm and soar to 7th on the God King list, their thoughts of revenge had completely dissipated. As a joke, before they could look down on Yi Chun. Now they absolutely dare not look down on him but can only treat him with the utmost solemnity. Moreover, considering the endless tricks up Yi Chun's sleeve, they wouldn't dare to hold any grievances against Yi Chun anymore. With terrified looks, Yang Yun and Yang Yen cast one more glance at the God King list before fleeing from the void with pale faces. The two of them hid far away from the God King list, and now as they left, the God Kings on the square were completely unaware. If the God Kings knew that the 7th-ranked Yi Chun on the God King list could instill such terror in Yang Yun and Yang Yen, ranked 1st and 3rd, the respect for Yi Chun among the people present would probably increase even more. However, the way the two of them miserably left did not escape the eyes of some divine venerables and sovereigns. Seeing the state of Yang Yun and Yang Yen, and thinking about the rumored enmity between them and Yi Chun, these divine venerables and sovereigns looked in the direction where Yi Chun disappeared, their gazes becoming more solemn. Yang Yun and Yang Yen completely abandoned their grudge against Yi Chun. However, there was one person who did not give up. This person is Qin Yuntian, the master of Divine Dragon Mountain from one of the 4 major forces in the Divine Kingdom. The news of Yi Chun breaking into the 7th position on the God King list spread quickly from the Supreme Divine Institute to Divine Dragon Mountain. Upon hearing this news, the Divine Venerables of Divine Dragon Mountain were equally shaken. Some sovereigns even advised Qin Yuntian that he should not make any more enemies with Yi Chun. After all, just the protection from Sovereign Xuechen and Northern Territory King alone was enough to put significant pressure on Divine Dragon Mountain. Moreover, Yi Chun himself has shown absolute talent and has even broken through to the God King realm. Many in Divine Dragon Mountain felt that it was not worth it to continue making an enemy of Yi Chun, a peerless genius, over the deceased Qin Feng. This advice, however, infuriated Qin Yuntian immensely. The fury of Qin Yuntian at this moment was not just because his direct descendant, Qin Feng, had been executed. Originally, killing Yi Chun was supposed to be a trivial matter for him. Later, because he was blocked by the East Territory King and didn't want to lose face in front of him, he felt compelled to kill Yi Chun. Then, due to the sovereign order from Sovereign Xuechen and Northern Territory King, Qin Yuntian truly grew to hate Yi Chun. Because of Yi Chun, he, an 8-star sovereign, lost face in front of countless people in the Divine Kingdom. Whenever people talked about Yi Chun, they would say how he, one of the 4 major powers holder in the Divine Kingdom, couldn't deal with a mere Yi Chun. How could Qin Yuntian accept this? Even if Sovereign Xuechen and Northern Territory King explicitly forbade him from taking action, he was still determined to kill Yi Chun in secret, to let the world know that Divine Dragon Mountain could indeed kill whom they wanted. Even though Yi Chun has now broken through to the God King realm, this wouldn't stop him. Don't try to persuade me anymore. Qin Yuntian waved his hand and interrupted the words of those Divine Dragon Mountain sovereigns, trying to advise him to hold back. This boy is an extraordinary demon. He already holds a grudge with our Divine Dragon Mountain. If we let him continue to grow, it will definitely be a big problem for us. Even if we hold back, can you guarantee that he won't cause trouble for our Divine Dragon Mountain in the future? Qin Yuntian's words left the Divine Dragon Mountain sovereigns showing expressions of dilemma. One of the protectors said to Qin Yuntian, "Leader, but there's both Sovereign Xuechen and Northern Territory King's sovereign order. Under the situation where our Divine Venerable and Sovereign cannot make a move, we simply can't handle Yi Chun. The animosity will only grow more profound if we keep antagonizing without the ability to kill him. Leader, you've previously sent several people to secretly deal with Yi Chun, however, those Divine Kings couldn't even find a trace of him. Now, Yi Chun has broken through to the God King realm and ranks 7th on the Great God Institute's God King list. Probably there's no God King in the world able to contend against him. How then do we deal with him?" Hearing this protector's words only increased the fury in Qin Yuntian's heart. At the Supreme Divine Institute, it was not appropriate for him to make a move against Yi Chun, so he handed over the task of dealing with Yi Chun to Yang Yun and Yang Yen. However, Qin Yuntian also heard that the helpers recruited by Yang Yun and Yang Yen were directly executed by Yi Chun. Just when the news of Yi Chun leaving the Supreme Divine Institute came out, Qin Yuntian planned to have God Kings ambush Yi Chun on the road. But again, they couldn't even find a trace of Yi Chun. Qin Yuntian did not know that when Yi Chun left the Supreme Divine Institute and headed to the Demon Tomb, he had changed his appearance in advance, wary of him. "It's indeed a pity that I didn't kill him before. Now that he has reached the God King realm, he's even harder to deal with." Qin Yuntian gritted his teeth. However, now that Sovereign Xuechen and Northern Territory King are preoccupied with the upcoming Stellar Domain Genius battle and have left with the Sovereign of Wanmu Mountain Divine Nation to the Splendid Star Sea, even the East Territory King who looks after Yi Chun has left with them. Although we can't make a move because of the Sovereign Order, lest we leave handles that could cause Sovereign Xuechen and Northern Territory King to fire up at us. But soon, there will be a heaven-sent opportunity that could allow us to find another chance to deal with Yi Chun. "What kind of heaven-sent opportunity?" asked the Divine Dragon Mountain sovereigns. Qin Yuntian narrowed his eyes and remained silent. But the Divine Dragon Mountain sovereigns did not know that Qin Yuntian had already secretly answered in his heart. "This heaven-sent opportunity? It's Heavenly God Mountain, that Heavenly God Mountain that can block all prodigious explorations. Once Yi Chun enters, whether it's the intrinsic dangers of Heavenly God Mountain or other people's assassination attempts, even if Sovereign Shuechen and Northern Territory King have shocking divine skills, they absolutely cannot help Yi Chun. Although only God Kings can enter Heavenly God Mountain, typically, a few God Kings from various divine nations would accompany the God Kings of Wanmu Mountain Divine Nation into Heavenly God Mountain. This time, I can focus on a few formidable God Kings from other divine nations and have them deal with Yi Chun on Heavenly God Mountain. Qin Yuntian's eyes flickered, pondering in his heart. Little did Yi Chun know, at this moment, Qin Yuntian was again contemplating eliminating him while he was still within the God King realm. At this time, accompanied by Sovereign Jialan and Divine Venerable Mengyu, Yi Chun had arrived at the first cave mansion area on the God King living continent. With Sovereign Jialan, a 7-star sovereign by his side, and Divine Venerable Mengyu, the top-ranked figure on the Divine Venerable list responsible for managing the first cave mansion area of the God King realm, the senior elder of the Heavenly Divine Venerable naturally dared not hinder them in the slightest. After respectfully checking Yi Chun's God King top 10 token, the elder watched as the three of them entered the first cave mansion area. Yi Chun found that the first cave mansion area on the God King living continent was even larger than the first cave mansion area on the True God Life continent. Despite only the top 10 on the God King list being qualified to reside here, this first cave mansion area was still incredibly vast. The cave mansions left from history were incredibly far apart from each other, suggesting that cultivation here was basically undisturbed. Sovereign Jialan and Divine Venerable Mengyu, however, led Yi Chun to the depths of a snow mountain outside the first cave mansion area. This snow mountain, covering tens of thousands of miles, was completely forbidden. Outside the forbidden area, Yi Chun could see divine light flashing. Examining the divine light revealed text. This area is the cultivation ground of Long Li. Without Long Li's permission, no one from the Supreme Divine Institute may enter. Being brought to the cultivation grounds of Long Li by Sovereign Jialan and Divine Venerable Meng Yu was truly unexpected for Yi Chun. Chapter 833- Long Li's Letter. Long Li has already become an Earth Divine Venerable and should have moved to the living continent of Earth Divine Venerables. Could this be the residence of her cave mansion when she was in the God King realm? However, since she has left, the prohibitions on her cave mansion should be lifted and available for others to choose. Why is it still in a completely sealed state? Also, Sovereign Jialan and Divine Venerable Meng Yu brought me here. Could it be the cave mansion they previously mentioned that's perfect for me is actually Long Li's cave mansion? In immense surprise, Yi Chun turned his head to look at Sovereign Jialan and Divine Venerable Meng Yu. Without waiting for Yi Chun to ask, Sovereign Jialan smiled and said, "Yi Chun, this cave mansion was specifically reserved for you by your junior sister. Originally, a cave mansion cultivated by a junior sister, just like the ones cultivated by our Master Sovereign Shuechen, would never allow others to enter. But it's different for you. When junior sister left Wanmu Mountain Divine Nation, she specifically left the cave mansion's prohibition token to Meng Yu to hand over to you." Divine Venerable Meng Yu also looked at Yi Chun and nodded. Yes, she predicted you would soon step into the God King realm, and she even said that you were so formidable that once you enter the God King realm, you would definitely make it to the first cave mansion area. Back then, she insisted that I transfer the cave mansion's prohibition token to you. I originally didn't believe that you could make it into the top 10 of the God King list as a lower God King, but indeed you did it. It seems that junior sister really understood you well. Towards the end, Divine Venerable Meng Yu also showed an astounded expression. Although she is a major figure ranked first on the Divine Venerable list when she was a lower God King, she never made it to the top 10 on the God King list. Compared to her, Yi Chun now is much more impressive than she was at that time. Hearing that this cave mansion was indeed left for him by Long Li impressed an image of Long Li on Yi Chun's mind. This seemingly cold and aloof young girl, indeed, treated him exceedingly well. Be it during their fire control skills competition in the Nine Suns ancient land or when they fell into the Heavenly Union flame, Long Li never held any grudges against him. On the contrary, She bravely rescued him when he was adversely affected by the blue extreme ice flame. Though Yi Chen's favorite was Zhang Yao. But to say he had no affection for Long Li, the young girl with whom he had built a close relationship, was simply impossible. Now, Long Li leaving her cultivated cave mansion for him to live in made Yi Chen feel deeply touched. Yi Chen fell into an indescribable mood. While Sovereign Jialan and Divine Venerable Meng Yu thought Yi Chen was hesitant to accept Long Li's cave mansion. Both had heard about Yi Chen and Zhang Yao's affair. Sovereign Jialan glanced at Divine Venerable Meng Yu, then said to Yi Chen, junior sister said, just live in this cave mansion. She won't disturb you in the future, as she has now established a new cave mansion on the continent of the Earth Divine Venerables. When junior sister first arrived at the Supreme Divine Institute, she followed our master to cultivate until reaching the God King realm before she went out to establish her first cave mansion, which is here. She specifically left it for you. Don't let her down. Yes, echoed Divine Venerable Meng Yu. This cave mansion was specifically left for you by junior sister, and she also left a letter inside. Apparently she has something to tell you. Now junior sister has not yet returned from the 10,000 Beasts domain. If you don't enter the cave mansion, you won't get the letter she left. While Sovereign Jialan and Divine Venerable Meng Yu were still persuading, Yi Chen looked up at the two women. He smiled and said, Seniors, I understand your intentions and know Long Li's kindness. I've decided. I'll choose Long Li's cave mansion for my cultivation. Yi Chen wouldn't neglect Long Li's intentions just because of his own pride. He knew and appreciated Long Li's kindness toward him. All he could do was to return the favor 100-fold to those who treated him well. In the first cave mansion area, there were countless cave mansions. No matter which cave mansion it was, he certainly wouldn't deliberately avoid it just because it was Long Li's. Especially when Divine Venerable Meng Yu mentioned about the letter Long Li left. It had been months since Long Li went to the 10,000 Beasts domain and had not returned. Yi Chen was also concerned about Long Li and the situation of Zhang Yao in the 10,000 Beasts domain. He wanted to know about some things from before Long Li departed through the letter. Hearing Yi Chen finally agreed to stay in the cave mansion left by Long Li, both Sovereign Jialan and Divine Venerable Meng Yu felt relieved. Divine Venerable Meng Yu smiled at Yi Chen and took out a white prohibition token, handing it to Yi Chen. Yi Chen, this is the token for this place. This cave mansion was left to you by junior sister. We won't enter. After talking with Fairy Jialan and Divine Venerable Meng Yu for a while, the two women said goodbye, and Yi Chen, holding the cave mansion prohibition token, looked towards the cave mansion's prohibition divine light in front of him. However, Yi Chen's mind was still filled with the conversation he had with the two women earlier. He had asked about some matters, and only then did Yi Chen learn that during the few months since he topped the assessment of the 9 Great God Institutes and joined the Supreme Divine Institute to travel to the Demon Tomb, some events had also occurred in the Supreme Divine Institute. The sovereign of the first rank of the Supreme Divine Institute, Sovereign Xuechen, along with the territory kings of the 4 provinces, including the ruler of the Wanmu Mountain Divine Nation, have now left Wanmu Mountain Divine Nation and gone to a place called Splendid Star Sea. It was said that they would meet the powerhouse. There's another thing which concerns Yi Chen even more. It's about Long Li going to the 10,000 Beasts domain. Previously, Yi Chen heard from Sovereign Xuechen that Long Li went to the 10,000 Beasts domain to find Zhang Yao, to explain some things about herself and avoid any misunderstandings. Now, from Sovereign Jialan, Yi Chen learned that Long Li had reached the 10,000 Beasts domain several months ago and had sent back messages a few times. However, it's been a long time since the last message. According to Sovereign Jialan, the last message sent by Long Li said that she along with Zhang Yao was going to enter a secret realm together. Now, more than 4 months have passed since they entered the secret realm, and still no message has come back, which of course fills Yi Chen with concern for the safety of Zhang Yao and Long Li. Even though Fairy Jialan said that Long Li definitely wouldn't encounter any accidents. And in the 10,000 Beasts domain, with powerhouses like Mrs. He taking care of Zhang Yao, Yi Chen believes Zhang Yao would be safe as well. But with no messages for such a long period, Yi Chen couldn't help but worry about the safety of Zhang Yao and Long Li. After all, these are the 2 girls closest to him. They absolutely cannot encounter any mishaps. Thinking of this, Yi Chun couldn't bear to just stand outside the mansion's prohibition any longer. He wanted to immediately enter the mansion to see what Long Li had written in the letter she left before leaving. Although the likelihood of the letter mentioning the 10,000 Beasts domain was minimal, Yi Chun wanted to learn more about the circumstances before Long Li went to the 10,000 Beasts domain. Thinking this, Yi Chun, holding the mansion prohibition token, suddenly raised it towards the void prohibition, and with a swoosh, a huge crack appeared right before Yi Chun in this tens of thousands of miles wide snowy mountains sealed area. Yi Chun's figure moved and he flew into the prohibition. Long Li's mansion was built at the summit of this snowy mountain. When Yi Chun flew into the mansion, he saw that outside was the snowy white of the mountain, but inside was a scene of early spring full of spiritual energy. The mansion inside was actually a specially crafted cultivation space. Inside, there were various exotic spiritual plants growing, making the space's divine energy atmosphere incredibly dense. And at the core cultivation area, which was indeed a place for girls to cultivate, there were countless small ornaments cleanly arranged, also possessing a refined sense. But Yi Chun's gaze instantly fell upon a letter on the cultivation stone platform. Yi Chun knew this must be the letter that divine Venerable Meng Yu mentioned, left for him by Long Li. Upon opening the letter, beams of divine light gently flickered. It was as if Long Li was gently speaking into Yi Chun's ear. After reading the entire letter, Yi Chun let out a soft sigh. Long Li, aware that Yi Chun was going to the Heavenly God Mountain, told him in the letter about her own experience there years ago and what she had heard about the Heavenly God Mountain. Long Li also specifically mentioned in her letter that after Yi Chun steps into the God King realm, he should engage in the cultivation of even stronger cultivation techniques. She had also specially collected many divine arts tomes and placed them in the mansion's library. Although she had already screened them once, she still let Yi Chun further select the cultivation techniques that most suited him. Even knowing Yi Chun couldn't use the ultimate heavenly artifact yet, Long Li had especially left 3 mysterious heavenly divine artifacts for Yi Chun, along with other items. The entire letter was about the preparations Long Li made for Yi Chun. She didn't have the time to mention her own trivial matters. She didn't even mention what Yi Chun most wanted to know about, the matters of the 10,000 Beasts domain. At that moment, Xiaojiu was perched on Yi Chun's shoulder. She also saw the letter Long Li wrote to Yi Chun. After reading it, Xiaojiu also remarked, "Yi Chun, this young girl Long Li really treats you well, just like how Sister Zhang Yao treats you." This was something Xiaojiu had said years ago when Long Li saved Yi Chun from the backlash of the blue extreme ice flame. At that time, Xiaojiu even joked with Yi Chun to just marry both Zhang Yao and Long Li, since many powerful individuals in the Divine Kingdom often have multiple wives and concubines. At that time, Yi Chun just gave Xiaojiu a blank stare. But this time, Yi Chun didn't interrupt Xiaojiu's words. Currently, Yi Chun was not concerned about his relationship with Zhang Yao and Long Li. He was more worried about their safety. "Xiaojiu, you also heard the message just now. Long Li went to find Zhang Yao, and the last message said they were going to enter a secret realm. Now, it has been over 4 months without any messages coming back. Originally, I wanted to wait until the matter of Heavenly God Mountain was resolved before going to find them. Now, however, I want to go immediately to the 10,000 Beasts domain to check on them." Chapter 834- Star Formation and Star Seal. "Go to the 10,000 Beasts domain right now?" Xiaojiu paused. "You just got back to the Supreme Divine Institute, and you're leaving again?" Yi Chun nodded. "Originally, there was still over a year before the trip to Heavenly God Mountain. I planned to stay at the Divine Institute to cultivate first, and then go find Zhang Yao and Long Li after visiting Heavenly God Mountain. But now, there has been no news from them for a long time. How can I rest assured? Over a year is not enough time to go to the True Spirit Divine Kingdom to help Huyan Divine Master fulfill his wish and then rush back to Heavenly God Mountain. But over a year is enough for me to go to the 10,000 Beasts domain first to look for Zhang Yao and the others. Especially now that I have the Star Seal given by Huyan Divine Master, it is more convenient to go to the 10,000 Beasts domain. Under such circumstances, I must first find Zhang Yao and Long Li to ensure their safety." Seeing Yi Chun's determined expression, Xiaojiu nodded her head. Going to the 10,000 Beasts domain first is alright. I also miss Sister Jiang Yao and my younger sister Shuanger. Originally the two Nine Spirits Sparrow Emperors, Xiaojiu and Shuanger. Xiaojiu followed Yichun, while Shuanger followed Jiang Yao. Yichun and Jiang Yao haven't met for a long time, nor have Xiaojiu and Shuanger seen each other for a long time. However, while agreeing with Yichun's decision to go to the 10,000 Beasts domain, Xiaojiu also said to Yichun, "Yichun, even if you are going to the 10,000 Beasts domain, don't rush this moment. Longli left you so many things. You can first check what treasures are usable and what cultivation techniques can be cultivated. Even if you go to the 10,000 Beasts domain, you can also comprehend the suitable cultivation techniques left by Longli on the road and get accustomed to those treasures."
Ye Chen nodded.
After looking at Longli's letter for a moment longer, he then proceeded with Xiaojiu to the room where Longli had left the items. One day later, Yi Chen's figure flew out from the Supreme Divine Institute and in an instant disappeared into the void of the Supreme Divine Institute, unknown to anyone. Wanmu Mountain Divine City is the capital of the entire Mountain Divine Nation. This divine city is also the largest among countless divine cities within the Wanmu Mountain domain. This city alone occupies 99 extremely large star continents. Moreover, the whole Wanmu Mountain Divine City stands in the very center of Wanmu Mountain Domain, surrounded and personally governed by the territories of East Provincial, West Territory, Southern Territory, and Northern Region. There is a jurisdiction in Wanmu Mountain Divine City that is the most mysterious place of all. This is because there lies an extremely mysterious object from Wanmu Mountain Divine Nation to other divine kingdoms, capable of interdomain teleportation, the teleportation star formation. Interdomain teleportation. This is unlike the teleportation between divine cities within the divine kingdom. One star domain is so immensely vast, containing innumerable divine cities, and the distance between two star domains is millions of times that between divine cities. In such cases, setting up a teleportation star formation is of course millions of times as complex as setting up a teleportation divine formation. It is said that to erect teleportation divine formations between divine cities in a divine kingdom, a sovereign realm or even a divine venerable realm formation master can achieve it. But to set up a teleportation star formation between star domains, it requires a being who is beyond the sovereign realm, and moreover, a powerful figure beyond the sovereign realm to accomplish it. Moreover, using the teleportation star formation to travel to other star domain divine kingdoms is also a very prestigious matter in the Mountain Divine Nation. Many martial artists have never left the Mountain Divine Nation in their entire lives, nor have they seen a teleportation star formation, let alone seen other divine kingdoms. Only those in the divine kingdom who have status, the God King Venerables, possess a mysterious item like the Star Seal, can use the teleportation star formation to visit other divine kingdoms. Yi Chun spent 4 days, many black divine coins, and underwent dozens of divine formation teleports, to finally arrive from the Supreme Divine Institute to the capital of the Mountain Divine Nation, to the jurisdiction where the teleportation star formation is located. Upon arriving at this jurisdiction, Yi Chun saw that from the direction where the teleportation star formation is located, countless divine lights shot out reaching up to polar heaven. That span of polar heaven turned into an intensely bright rosy light. Although he didn't see the actual appearance of the teleportation star formation, just from seeing the sky-piercing divine light from afar, one can feel the mysteriousness and mystique of the teleportation star formation. Upon arriving at the teleportation area, Yi Chun also saw that there was a very long queue, stretching from where the teleportation star formation was located to the outermost part of the teleportation area. From the looks of it, there are tens of thousands of people waiting to use the teleportation star formation to go to other divine kingdoms. It makes sense. Even though the teleportation star formation requires a star seal to operate, and the star seal is only available to those of status within the divine kingdom. But this place is after all the capital of the divine kingdom, and after all, the number of people with status in the entire Mountain Divine Nation is countless. It's understandable to gather tens of thousands of people at once to go to other divine kingdoms. Yi Chun, upon arriving at the place where the line was forming, followed the crowd and queued at the very end. With such a long queue, even if teleportation is extremely fast, it might take half a day or even a whole day for my turn. Yichen sighed as he looked at the long queue. Yichen also noticed that those in line to enter the teleportation star formation had taken out their star seals. These star seals varied in colors, some were blue, some were green, some were red. Yichen heard from Huyen Divine Master that the star seals are divided into 5 colors: green, blue, red, orange, purple. The star seal that Yichen possesses was one of the deceased great general's disciples under Huyen Divine Master, specifically the orange seal. Yichen noticed that even though there are 5 colors of star seals, he scanned around and everyone in the forefront had only green, blue, red star seals. Not a single orange seal was in sight, let alone a purple one. No wonder Huyen Divine Master Lord said the orange seal is incredibly precious, only second to the purple seal that only those who surpass the sovereign can possess. Probably only the powerful 8 stars sovereign and 9 stars sovereign would own an orange seal. It's said that star seals are exclusive, and only through the death of their holder can they be passed on for reclamation by others. I'm lucky to have obtained the orange seal through the disciple of Huyen Divine Master. As Yichen was reflecting, he saw an immortal divine venerable, who was in charge of maintaining order in the teleportation star formation queue, fly directly up to him. This immortal divine venerable, seeing that Yichen didn't display his star seal, frowned and shouted at him, "Is this your first time here? Everyone entering the teleportation star formation must present their star seal for inspection to prevent any unauthorized entries. Present your star seal. Without a star seal, I will have to expel you from the queue." At this moment, several people had lined up behind Yichen, some of whom were martial artists who, like Yichen, were visiting the bounds of the teleportation star formation for the first time. Hearing the words of this immortal divine venerable, they hurriedly pulled out their star seals. Indeed, those from the capital are fierce, Yichen thought with a laugh, not minding the situation, and pulled out his own orange seal as well. Then, something unexpected happened. The previously fierce immortal divine venerable, upon seeing the orange seal in Yichen's hand, suddenly had an expression of utter fascination. There was immense surprise, and even a hint of fear and panic in his eyes. This immortal divine venerable quickly said to Yichen, "Young brother, may I check your star seal, please?" Seeing the previously fierce immortal divine venerable suddenly putting on a smile, Yichen was also stunned. However, he didn't object to this immortal divine venerable checking his star seal. This star seal, given to him by Huyen Divine Master, had already recognized him as its owner. Thus, it truly belonged to him now, so of course, he wasn't afraid of any inspection. Yichen directly handed over the star seal to the immortal divine venerable. After inspecting for a while, the cheeks of this immortal divine venerable twitched, and he, chagrined, returned the orange seal to Yichen and bent forward saying, "Young brother, your hand holds an orange seal. No need to queue at all. Just go straight to the front of the teleportation star formation to teleport. Orange seal." Upon hearing these words of the immortal divine venerable, swoosh, 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 numerous people in the queue suddenly turned to look at Yichen. Seeing that the star seal in Yichen's hand was indeed the extremely precious orange seal, these people were even more astonished and cried out, "An orange seal, it really is an orange seal. My God, only the immensely powerful 8 stars sovereigns and 9 stars sovereigns can possess an orange seal. A seal that allows almost unrestricted teleportation across all divine kingdoms in our universe. How could such a precious orange seal be in the hands of a god king? Even if an 8 stars sovereign or 9 stars sovereign were to fall, their original orange seals would usually be bestowed upon their powerful successors or divine venerable inheritors. How could it end up with a god king? Could it be that this young man has a significant background? Only truly top-tier great powers can have surplus orange seals to possibly bestow upon late generations within the god-king realm. At this thought, countless people looked at Yichen with a starkly different gaze. Though they held positions of status, the thought of possessing an orange seal passed down from an 8 stars or 9 stars sovereign was unthinkable for them. At this moment, Yichen was also quite surprised. No need to queue, direct teleportation? He didn't know that the orange seal carried such a privilege. Relieved to hear no queuing was needed, Yi-chun sighed with relief as this would save him a considerable amount of time, allowing him to reach the 10,000 beasts domain sooner. No need to queue? Then, Elder, I'll head straight to the front, Yi-chan said to the immortal divine venerable maintaining order. Not at all, not at all. How could I dare call myself your elder when you possess an orange seal? By now, the fierce demeanor of this immortal divine venerable had completely vanished, and he said with a smile, Let's go, young brother. I'll take you to the very front. After saying this, the immortal divine venerable personally led the way. Yi-chun did not expect that an orange seal would command so much respect and awe from this immortal divine venerable. Indeed, it was befitting of something bestowed by Huyen Divine Master, a significant figure from the true spirit divine kingdom, truly impressive. Following a smile, amidst numerous envious and reverent gazes, Yi-chun flew to the front of the queue, and when the person at the very front completed their teleportation, he followed and was the first to step into the teleportation star formation. Chapter 835-. Shocking news. Only upon truly stepping into the teleportation star formation did Yi-chun catch a glimpse of its entirety, hidden within the brilliance of sparkling light. At this moment, he was lifted by an inexplicable force onto a massive array with a diameter of hundreds of thousands of feet. This was an array countless times more complex than any teleportation divine formation he had seen before, grander and more mysterious than any he had ever encountered. Even though Yi-chun had studied the 9 volumes of formation array, just a glance at a minuscule portion of the star formation made his head spin. Furthermore, in an instant, his divine sense was repelled by the teleportation star formation beneath his feet. This shock took Yi-chun by surprise. The pressure exerted by this teleportation star formation on his divine sense was no less intimidating than the pressure he once felt from Huyen Divine Master's residual spirit. Teleportation star formation. Indeed worthy of a peculiar star formation capable of crossing divine kingdoms and star domains. Truly deserving of being created only by a great power holder whose might extends beyond a sovereign. It truly was extraordinary. After his divine sense was bounced out of the teleportation star formation, Yi-chun also saw that at each of the 8 corners of this gigantic octagon-shaped star formation, there was a figure stationed. Those 8 figures were actually 8 sovereigns. Even the weakest among them was a 5-star sovereign, while the strongest was a 7-star sovereign. Yi-chun had heard that whether it involved operating a divine array or a star formation for teleportation, the operators only needed to activate the prohibition, without the need for the operators themselves to exert any effort. Normally, the operation of a teleportation divine formation between divine cities could be handled by a divine king, and only larger divine formations would require a divine venerable. Now, this teleportation star formation was directly operated by sovereigns, and not just 1 but 8 sovereigns collaboratively. How could that not astonish Yi-chun immensely? Indeed, the teleportation star formations between divine kingdoms are orders of magnitude higher than the teleportation divine formations between divine cities. Teleporter, which divine kingdom is your destination? Amidst Yi-chun's amazement, one of the 8 sovereigns operating the teleportation star formation asked him. Yi-chun steadied his mind and spirit and said, I want to go to the 10,000 beast star domain. Unexpectedly to Yi-chun, upon hearing the 4 words, 10,000 beast star domain, all 8 sovereigns suddenly lifted their heads to look at him, and almost simultaneously said to Yi-chun, The 10,000 beast star domain is currently not a place one can go to. Not to go? What's going on? A foreboding feeling suddenly surfaced in Yi-chun's mind. At this moment, the first sovereign who had spoken to him said, The 10,000 beast star domain is currently embroiled in a great war with another star domain divine kingdom. Although other divine kingdoms people are not yet forbidden from entering, once you go there, it is fraught with extreme danger. Especially since you're a divine king, any slight mishap could lead to your death in the great war between 2 divine kingdoms. Boom! The words of this sovereign made Yi-chun's heart leap within his chest. The 10,000 beast star domain has fallen into a great war with another divine kingdom? A great war between star domain divine kingdoms. Yi Chun knew that the Wanmu Mountain Divine Kingdom also once waged a great war with other divine kingdoms, where the clash between two great divine kingdoms even obliterated countless star continents into nothingness, while more star continents were shattered into fragments. Even the ancient battlefield where Yi Chun had taken part in the examination for the 9 Great God Institutes was left behind as a result of a great war between two divine kingdoms. Now, hearing about the ongoing great war in the 10,000 Beast Star domain, how could Yi Chun not be immensely shaken? His heart raced even more. Could it be that Zhang Yao and Long Li have not sent back any news because of the great war between two divine kingdoms? Could something have happened to them during the war? With this thought, Yi Chun wished he could immediately teleport to the 10,000 Beast Star domain to find out what was happening. As for the dangers of the great war between two divine kingdoms, now with the lives of Zhang Yao and Long Li unknown, how could Yi Chun only care about his own safety? Go. Even if the 10,000 Beast Star domain was in the midst of a great war, he must go there and clarify the situation regarding Zhang Yao and Long Li. With that resolve, Yi Chun directly looked at the sovereign who had spoken to him and said aloud, "Senior, I must go to the 10,000 Beast Star domain. Please assist me with the teleportation. Additionally, if it's convenient for the seniors to disclose, please tell me which divine kingdom is at war with the 10,000 Beast Star domain." Upon hearing Yi Chun's insistence on going to the 10,000 Beast Star domain, the 8 sovereigns exchanged glances. The leading sovereign who spoke to Yi Chun said, "The one at war with the 10,000 Beast Star domain is the Ferocious Beast Star domain. The Ferocious Beast Star domain and the 10,000 Beast Star domain originally stemmed from the same source but became mortal enemies due to different paths of life evolution. Practically every few 100,000 years, the two star domains wage a great war. During each war, both star domains suffer countless losses among their mighty warriors and the destruction of innumerable realms. Of course, it is said that each star domain gives rise to even mightier warriors after every war, which is also why both star domains are unwilling to stop fighting. Because of this, their battles are incredibly brutal, with slaughter sprawling across every part of the two divine kingdoms. Transporter, under these circumstances, are you sure you want to teleport into the midst of such an incredibly chaotic battlefield? Ferocious Beast Star domain in a great battle with 10,000 Beasts domain? Yi Chun had not heard of the Ferocious Beast Star domain mentioned by the sovereign, but from the sovereign's description alone, he could tell that the battle between these two divine kingdoms might be even more brutal than the Great War in Wanmu Mountain Divine Kingdom of past years. However, even if it were more brutal and perilous, Yi Chun would not retreat. Although he was only in the God King realm, very few people knew that his combat power was on par with a heavenly divine venerable, and with this kind of cross-realm combat power, it's very likely that many would underestimate him, helping him evade countless dangers. Additionally, he had his trump card, the Blue Extreme Ice Flame, at his disposal, plus his 1,000 changes and 10,000 transformations, divine skills from the Tai chapter. Being a bit more cautious, he need not fear the chaotic situations of a divine kingdom's great war. For Zhang Yao and Long Li, he definitely had to go to the 10,000 Beasts domain. Yi Chun reaffirmed to the 8 sovereigns, saying, "Esteemed seniors, I am determined to go to the 10,000 Beasts domain." Hearing Yi Chun's unyielding insistence, the 8 sovereigns finally nodded in agreement. During this period, indeed hundreds have wanted to travel to the 10,000 Beasts domain, all of whom we persuaded to turn back. However, since you are determined to go and have already entered the teleportation star formation, we certainly will not stop you. But, traveling from Wanmu Mountain Star domain to 10,000 Beasts domain, one needs to go through other divine kingdoms' intermediary teleportation. There are 5 relatively convenient teleportation routes. Which one do you want to take? Yi Chun immediately said, "I choose the next divine kingdom for teleportation, Zimu Divine Kingdom." Yi Chun had a teleportation star map, given to him by Huyen Divine Master, and he had already thoroughly researched the routes to the 10,000 Beasts domain. Upon the 8 sovereigns' inquiry, he promptly made his decision. Zimu Divine Kingdom? Hearing Yi Chun's decision, the 8 sovereigns nodded. "Then we will teleport you to Zimu Divine Kingdom," From there you can head to 10,000 Beasts Domain, only needing to pass through 4 more divine kingdoms, which is indeed convenient. Now, sit cross-legged on top of the star formation and prepare to accept the teleportation. Hearing the words of the 8 sovereigns, Yi-chun nodded, his expression grave as he sat cross-legged atop the star formation. The 8 sovereigns then simultaneously extended their palms, and an octagonal token engraved with the words Zimu appeared directly in their hands. Following that, the sovereigns cast a spell with their hands, and their tokens flashed with an extremely dazzling light. These 8 beams of light then shot towards the teleportation star formation beneath Yi-chun. Bang! 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 In an instant, the teleportation star formation beneath Yi-chun lit up even more brilliantly, and the divine patterns on it began to circulate in a profoundly mysterious manner. Finally, with a click of a resonating sound, the circulation of the divine patterns in the teleportation star formation beneath stopped. Mysterious and numerous characters surfaced upon the formation, followed by a beam of light soaring to the sky, completely enveloping Yi-chun within the column of light. Yi-chun, sitting cross-legged within the column of light, spun around 3 times before disappearing from the teleportation star formation with a buzz. The teleportation between divine kingdoms using a star formation is countless times farther than that between divine cities with a divine array. However, this teleportation did not bring Yi-chun any sense of dizziness at all, and it felt even more effortless than the short-distance transport between divine cities. Yi-chun only felt that after a brief moment, he appeared on top of another teleportation star formation. And this teleportation star formation, while largely resembling the one from Wanmu Mountain Divine Kingdom, had some minor differences. Yi-chun knew that he had now arrived within a new divine kingdom, inside of the teleportation star formation of Zimu Divine Kingdom. At this time, outside the teleportation star formation of Zimu Divine Kingdom, there were also 8 sovereigns overseeing the teleportation. Seeing Yi-chun arrive, the 8 sovereigns directly asked him, "Are you coming to Zimu Divine Kingdom? Or are you traversing through Zimu Divine Kingdom to continue teleporting to another divine kingdom?" Yi-chun answered directly, "I am heading to the 10,000 Beasts Domain, passing through Zimu Divine Kingdom. Esteemed seniors, please transport me to the next divine kingdom, Crane Mountain Divine Kingdom." The more he teleported, the heavier Yi-chun's heart became. Although the teleportation time was short, and the sovereigns overseeing the transport through the various divine kingdoms did not trouble him, every time he mentioned that he was heading to the 10,000 Beasts Domain, it brought shock and dissuasion from those presiding over the star formation teleportation. Without exception, these sovereigns all said that the 10,000 Beasts Domain was in a great battle with the ferocious Beast Star Domain, and that he would do well not to enter, even though Yi-chun insisted on teleporting. This repeated persuasion also made Yi-chun truly gather all his mind and spirit. It seemed that the great battle between the 10,000 Beasts Domain and the ferocious Beast Star Domain was indeed an extremely brutal fight. He needed to be extremely careful when going to the 10,000 Beasts Domain. After 5 teleportations, Yi-chun finally arrived at the long-awaited 10,000 Beasts Domain Divine Kingdom. When they saw a God King Realm individual arriving at the 10,000 Beasts Domain, and not one from the 10,000 Beasts Domain at that, the 8 sovereigns overseeing the teleportation star formation of 10,000 Beasts Domain were extremely surprised. And when Yi-chun emerged from the teleportation star formation of the 10,000 Beasts Domain and arrived above the central capital of the 10,000 Beasts Domain, Void Heaven, a distant scene left him standing stunned in midair. In the distance, the sky seemed separated by a huge dome of light, and outside the dome, there was an endless mass of colossal beasts ferociously tearing at the light barriers. Chapter 836 Evil Transformation and Transcendence Light. These gigantic beasts, varied in appearance but all bearing pitch-black color, looked exceptionally ferocious. Some of them were flying giants with huge black wings and sharp spikes on their bodies, while others were 8-hoofed behemoths sporting terrifying blotches on their dark forms, capable of gliding through the skies even without wings. There were also colossal beasts coated in disgustingly sticky slime, and creatures with fur that exuded dark, smoky miasma. Despite their diversity, these menacing black beasts acted in unison, frantically lunging towards the protective shield, clawing and pecking at it with their sharp talons and beaks, tearing and biting into it. However, Yi-chun noticed that no matter how fearsome these creatures appeared, they could not breach the barrier of the shield, constantly being kept at bay on the outside of the immense barrier above the polar heaven, unable to penetrate the space where Yi-chun was located. Yi-chun also took note that the great barrier above polar heaven would occasionally emit bursts of blinding light, which would transform into torrents of blue water columns that cascaded onto the dark, ferocious beasts, instantly freezing them in place. With crackling pops, those black, ferocious beasts encased by the blue pillars of ice were instantly slain, falling from above the polar heaven down to the separated area outside the barrier, eventually fading into nothingness. Yi-chun's gaze trembled. The vast barrier above polar heaven spanned tens of thousands of miles, and the number of black, ferocious creatures attacking it might be in the tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. Furthermore, Yi-chun had the feeling that these beasts had at least the combat power of a god-king, and it was not unlikely that there were creatures among them with the strength of a divine venerable. Such a multitude and extraordinary power of terrifying beasts were being slain in an instant by the barrier. The destructive power of the barrier was truly alarming. What Yi-chun found even more unexpected was that as countless black, ferocious beasts were killed in an instant, outside the quarantine zone, endless new black, ferocious beasts re-emerged, once again attacking the barrier, desperately tearing and biting at it. It seemed as though, despite the barrier's astonishing lethality, the outside black, ferocious beasts were seemingly endless. Yi-chun waited for some time until it seemed the barrier had accumulated enough energy, once again freezing and slaying the swarming black, ferocious beasts. And then, countless more black, ferocious beasts emerged, once again surging towards the barrier. It looked as if they had fallen into an endless loop. It was uncertain whether the barrier would first kill off the apparently inexhaustible black, ferocious beasts until none were left, or whether it would not withstand their relentless assault and ultimately break apart. In any case, Yi-chun observed for the time it takes to drink 2 cups of tea, and both were still engaged in an intensely anxious standoff. This truly stunned Yi-chun. Both the might of the barrier and the relentless and sustained onslaught of the continuous wave of black beasts filled him with shock and awe. Although his own strength was considerable, the forces of these two adversaries far surpassed what he was currently capable of withstanding. If he were to be engulfed by that terrifying horde of black, ferocious beasts, even if he could slay tens of thousands, he would likely be overwhelmed by the remaining beasts, ultimately devoured to the point of leaving no bones behind. Yi-chun took note. The enormous barrier above polar heaven, spanning tens of thousands of miles, was isolating just a small part of the 10,000 beasts domain capital that he had just arrived at. Limited by the range of his divine sense, Yi-chun didn't know whether the rest of the 10,000 beasts domain had fallen into the occupation of black, ferocious beasts, or whether there were similar barriers outside in other territories, resisting these black, ferocious creatures. In any event, just by observing such a scene, Yi-chun understood that the 10,000 beasts domain was really unsettled, truly engulfed in an extremely terrifying battle situation. This made Yi-chun enormously worried. He had heard from Mrs. He that the Feathered Spirit clan where she belonged did not reside in the center of the 10,000 Beasts domain capital, but in a territory called Feather God Mountain on the northern side of the 10,000 Beasts domain. If the capital of the 10,000 Beasts domain was already in such a dire battle situation, Yi-chun was immensely concerned about how Feather God Mountain, where Mrs. He resided, was faring now, and whether the people of the Feathered Spirit clan as well as Zhang Yao and Long Li were safe. Beside Yi-chun, there were also many martial artists from the 10,000 Beasts domain, their expressions varying from sheer astonishment to extreme concern as they watched the black, ferocious beasts attacking outside the giant barrier. Of course, some seemed used to it, paying no attention to the barrier and continuing with their activities across various territories within the tens of thousands of miles. Yi-chun directly turned to a blue-robed young martial artist beside him and asked, "Fellow Taoist, is the battle outside that barrier the one rumored to be waged by the ferocious beast star domain against the 10,000 beasts domain? Also, do you know of a clan in the 10,000 beasts domain named Feathered Spirit Clan? How are they faring now?" The young man in blue robes was an upper god king. Hearing Yi Chen's queries and after surveying him from top to bottom, he responded with some curiosity. "You are not from the 10,000 Beasts domain?" Yi Chen nodded and said, "Yes, I am from the Wanmu Mountain Star domain. I have just arrived in the 10,000 Beasts domain." "People from the Wanmu Mountain Star domain?" Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, the young man in a blue robe exclaimed in surprise. "That Wanmu Mountain Star domain, if rumors are to be believed, is very far from our 10,000 Beasts domain. You've actually come all this way to the 10,000 Beasts domain. And, given that you are aware of the Ferocious Beast Star domain, you probably also know that the 10,000 Beasts domain is currently at war with the Ferocious Beast Star domain. In such a situation, you still dared to come to the 10,000 Beasts domain?" The words of the young man in the blue robe caused many people around him to gather closer. Many of them spoke up. "Young man, if you can come to the 10,000 Beasts domain, you must have some abilities. However, it is indeed extremely dangerous now. Outside, it is indeed the Ferocious Beast Star domain that is launching an attack on our 10,000 Beasts domain. Look at those black, fierce giant beasts. Those are the siege demons raised by martial artists from the Ferocious Beast Star domain, specifically used for attacking cities. It is only because many sovereigns in our 10,000 Beasts domain have refined many treasures that piece by piece, they have sealed and protected our capital, preventing those beasts from the Ferocious Beast Star domain from breaking through our defenses. This giant light dome above us in the supreme heavens is an avatar of a heavenly divine artifact known as Silin. This treasure belongs to Great Lord Meng Xian, one of the 9-star sovereigns of our 10,000 Beasts domain. Great Lord Meng Xian's primary heavenly divine artifact has turned into countless such domes, safeguarding a vast expanse of the 10,000 Beasts domain's capital and countless lands on the star continent, which is why we can remain safe and sound for now. Heavenly divine artifact, Silin. Hearing that this light dome is an avatar of a 9-star sovereign's heavenly divine artifact, Yi Chen was also taken aback. Indeed worthy of being a heavenly divine artifact, even its avatar is so powerful. At the same time, Yi Chen asked curiously, "Since there are many sovereigns in the capital of your 10,000 Beasts domain, why do they only block the beasts from the Ferocious Beast Star domain, and not actively go out and completely annihilate them? Could it be that the Ferocious Beast Star domain has many sovereigns lurking outside as well? Why not annihilate them?" A martial artist from the 10,000 Beasts domain replied, "Every so often, we organize a large group of god kings and venerables to go out and slaughter those demons from the Ferocious Beast Star domain, seizing the territories they have occupied. Of course, just as you expected, the reason why our sovereigns seldom take action is that there are indeed sovereigns hidden in the Ferocious Beast Star domain. Once our sovereigns take action, they will respond in kind. By then, the battle situation will become even more terrifying. However, if things continue this way, a full-scale battle will inevitably break out sooner or later, a battle among countless beings of the sovereign realm." Yi Chen felt a chill in his heart. It turns out that the situation was still in a probing phase, where god kings and venerables occasionally entered the fray, but the real battle between sovereigns had yet to begin. But just from the dreadful sight outside, Yi Chen knew that once a battle of sovereigns erupted, the scene would be unimaginably more horrific. "Things are relatively okay here," another martial artist from the 10,000 Beasts domain said to Yi Chen. "This is the capital territory, defended by many powerful sovereigns. Those beasts from the Ferocious Beast Star domain won't be able to breach it easily. However, it's different for other regions in the 10,000 Beasts domain. It's said that countless territories have fallen and been occupied by the forces of the Ferocious Beast Star domain. Of course, just like they have waged war against us, we won't let their homelands stay at peace either. Countless warriors from our 10,000 Beasts domain have also gone to the territories of the Ferocious Beast Star domain, launching attacks and occupying most of their lands." Another martial artist sighed. "A great divine kingdom war is also a great calamity. I'm afraid countless warriors will fall in this battle. We have fought the Ferocious Beast Star domain many times, and each time we are pretty much evenly matched, but the casualties are countless. It's only at the end, after innumerable deaths and injuries on both sides, that the mightiest sovereigns will negotiate according to the war situation and redivide the territories of the divine kingdoms. Who knows how many people will perish in this great war? Hearing this, Yi Chun also sighed inwardly. A battle where one side is stronger than the other already results in countless casualties. In such a war where the strengths are evenly matched, it's easy to imagine that the ferocity and casualties would multiply even further. If the war ends with both sides making peace, why do the two great divine kingdoms have to fight at all? Yi Chun couldn't help but ask. Although the sovereign who was in charge of the teleportation star formation had told Yi Chun en route to the 10,000 Beasts domain that every time the two great divine kingdoms waged war, it would give rise to peerless powerhouses, Yi Chun did not believe that, just for the sake of breeding powerhouses, such a terrible divine kingdom-level war would be waged. After all, those who die are countless warriors from both great divine kingdoms. A martial artist from the 10,000 Beasts domain looked at Yi Chun and said, "This matter isn't really a secret, so there's no harm in telling you. Our 10,000 Beasts domain and the ferocious Beast Star domain are mortal enemies. In fact, the clans of our two-star domains originated from the same ancestor group and evolved into different directions thereafter. The two-star domains we live in are actually located within the same star river. And this star river, every once in a while, will produce something terrible that stimulates the martial artists of the ferocious Beast Star domain to launch an attack on the 10,000 Beasts domain. We call this phenomenon evil transformation. Only after a certain number of deaths do the evil transformation states of the martial artists from the ferocious Beast Star domain disappear, allowing for the possibility of negotiations for a truce. Of course, after each ceasefire, the Star River will also produce a Transcendence light, which draws a large number of sovereigns into the Star River's secret ground. In the end, from among them, beings that surpass the sovereigns will emerge. Unfortunately, living in this Star River, both our great divine kingdoms must accept the disaster and fortune it brings. It's unavoidable. Chapter 837-9 Elements Valley. Hearing the words of this martial artist, Yi Chun's heart shook greatly. It turned out that it was because of the galaxy where these two divine kingdoms resided that caused the great war between the two great divine kingdoms. To cause all warriors of a divine kingdom to undergo an evil transformation and unavoidably launch a war. Even more so, to give birth to the Transcendence light, allowing sovereign realm powerhouses to transform into beings that surpass the sovereign. What mysterious power does this galaxy have that could cause such bizarre events? Yi Chun once again recognized the mystery of this universe. Even now, as a divine king, he could not grasp the numerous mysteries of this universe. Yi Chun also understood that since the Great War was inevitable, a certain number of deaths must occur for the evil transformation to disappear and for the Great War to stop. Obviously, the 10,000 Beasts domain and the ferocious Beast Star domain would definitely kill as many of each other's martial artists as possible. Yi Chun similarly knew that since the Transcendence light from the galaxy would eventually draw a large number of sovereigns into an unknown territory, the sovereigns from the two great divine kingdoms would certainly kill each other. After all, the more opponents' sovereigns die, the greater their chances of being drawn into the mysterious realm by the Transcendence light, and the greater their chances of becoming beings that surpass the sovereign. In such a situation, from the level of sovereign realm martial artists and below, it was simply unavoidable for the two divine kingdoms to enter a state of extremely tragic battle. Since beings that surpass sovereigns are constantly emerging from your two great divine kingdoms, can't these beings understand the reasons why the galaxy develops evil transformations and transcendence light? Asked Yi Chun to the martial artists of the 10,000 Beasts domain. After all, if those beings are sufficiently powerful, they should be able to unravel the secrets of this galaxy and help both divine kingdoms resolve the crisis of constant war and depletion. Right? The martial artists of the 10,000 Beasts domain all shook their heads. Indeed, both our 10,000 Beasts domain and our adversaries, the ferocious Beast Star domain, can continually produce existences that surpass the sovereign. It is said that once these existences break through the sovereign realm, they all enter the cosmic sea. But for some unknown reason, once they enter the cosmic sea, they rarely return. Even if they do return, they would never mention anything about this galaxy, as if they too cannot interfere with the influence of this galaxy on the two great divine kingdoms. Yichen nodded and sighed. The galaxy's secrets are too profound. He is completely unable to fathom them, let alone solve them. Yichun speculated that the galaxy could very well be like the Great Purge catastrophe of the Wanmu Mountain Divine Nation. It might be nature's way of survival of the fittest, or perhaps there might be beings of higher realms orchestrating this situation. No matter the case, Yichun currently has no means to help the 10,000 Beasts domain. More than the great war between the divine kingdoms of the 10,000 Beasts domain and the ferocious Beast Star domain, Yichun was more concerned about what happened to Mrs. He's feathered spirit clan, Zhang Yao, and Long Li. Yichun asked the martial artists once again, "Fellow Taoists, I have understood the matter of the two great divine kingdoms battle. What I am still concerned about is the situation of the feathered spirit clan, located at the northern border of the 10,000 Beasts domain." Feathered spirit clan? Many of the 10,000 Beasts domain's martial artists' eyes lit up. That is a very powerful tribe within our 10,000 Beasts domain. The Feathered Spirit Clan has always had a 9-star sovereign, and it is said that recently another 9-star sovereign has returned to the clan. With several 9-star sovereigns, they should be safe. Hearing these people mention that a 9-star sovereign had recently returned to the Feathered Spirit Clan, a notion struck Yichun. He knew that the person they were probably talking about was Mrs. He, who returned to the Feathered Spirit Clan just over a year ago. Hearing these people speculate that the Feathered Spirit Clan was safe, Yichun felt relieved. The martial artists from the 10,000 Beasts domain should understand the severity of the Great War. As they said, the Feathered Spirit Clan could fend off the attack from the ferocious Beast Star domain. It was highly likely that they were safe. While it could not be absolutely certain, the weight on Yichen's heart had lessened a lot. "Thank you, fellow Taoists, for resolving my doubts." Yichun bowed towards the 10,000 Beasts domain's martial artists he was conversing with. "I have another question to ask. I need to go to the Feathered Spirit Clan and wonder where is the teleportation divine formation to go to their territory from here. In the countless divine cities of the Wanmu Mountain Divine Nation, there are teleportation divine formations." Yichun was certain that within the different territories of the 10,000 Beasts domain divine kingdom, there must also be teleportation divine formations. Hearing Yichen's inquiry about how to get to the Feathered Spirit Clan, many of the 10,000 Beasts domain's martial artists shook their heads. Previously, it was convenient to go to the Feather God Mountain where the Feathered Spirit Clan is located, only requiring several transports through teleportation divine formations to reach there. But now the situation is different. Ever since the outbreak of the Great War between the ferocious Beast Star domain and the 10,000 Beasts domain, all the teleportation divine formations between territories have been sealed off, and transportation can no longer be conducted. The reasons for this are, first, to prevent the constant transportation of the teleportation divine formations from causing confusion among the number of martial artists across the 10,000 Beasts domain territories. Second, to prevent any territory, should it be breached by the ferocious Beast Star domain, from affecting other territories through the teleportation divine formation. Our 10,000 Beasts domain's 9-star sovereigns have decided that, as with previous great wars, the entire divine nation's teleportation divine formations will be sealed off. Each territory will fight their own battles and ensure the safety of their own territories to respond to the attacks from the ferocious Beast Star domain. Even if the sovereigns need to adjust the battle situation in different regions, they can personally attend and quickly adjust the martial artists to different territories. They would definitely not open the teleportation divine formations to avoid them falling into the hands of the ferocious Beast Star domain, as well as to avoid causing confusion. The teleportation divine formation has been sealed. Hearing what these martial artists said, Yichun was startled and quickly asked, "Then how should I go to the Feathered Spirit Clan? Do you mean I have to directly fly across countless territories and the numerous continents of the 10,000 Beasts domain from the nation's capital to reach the Feathered Spirit Clan territory in the north of the 10,000 Beasts domain? To traverse half of a star domain from the capital of the 10,000 Beasts domain to the northern Feathered Spirit Clan? Just like traveling from the East Province to the western territory of Wanmu Mountain, one would know without thinking that it is a tremendously long distance that Yichun, as a divine king, wouldn't be able to reach in a short time by merely flying. let alone now during the Great War between the two divine kingdoms. If he were to cross the territories of the 10,000 Beasts domain and fly towards the Feathered Spirit clan, he would likely die amidst the chaotic battlegrounds of the Great War. The capital is located in the central territory of the 10,000 Beasts domain. To go from the capital to the northern Feathered Spirit clan is simply impossible under these circumstances. One would certainly die on the way there, said one of the 10,000 Beasts domain's martial artists. His words weighed heavily on Yi Chen's heart. However, a martial artist's words sparked a glimmer of hope in Yi Chen. This martial artist said, "Of course, even though the teleportation divine formation is sealed, it's impossible for the martial artists of the divine kingdom to be completely immobile. There are still ways to travel to other domains. Of course, this method is dangerous, but compared to traveling alone, it is much safer." "What method?" Yi Chen quickly asked. No matter how dangerous, as long as there was some hope, Yi Chen would definitely rush to the Feathered Spirit clan. The martial artist said to Yi Chen, "As we discussed earlier, every once in a while, the 10,000 Beasts domain organizes a battle with the warriors from the ferocious Beast Star domain. At this moment, when combat power is amassed for the battle, it is also the best opportunity for many martial artists to travel to other domains. In our region, there's a place called 9 Elements Valley. Anyone willing to go to other domains gathers there. If there are others with the same destination, they will form a group and set out together, which is also safer. When forming teams, if there are strong warriors among us, traveling aboard their flying boats can also speed up the journey. The Feathered Spirit clan is a vast domain, and there must be many people heading there. If you are determined to go to the Feathered Spirit clan, you might want to try 9 Elements Valley to see if there are any companions for the journey. This will definitely be safer than embarking on an adventure on your own." According to the schedule, there are 4 more days until the next great battle between the two sides. By now, 9 Elements Valley must have already gathered a considerable number of people planning to leave the divine capital of the 10,000 Beasts domain. You should go there and take a look. Of course, even with a team, the risk involved is substantial. A slight mishap could lead to an encounter with a large troop from the ferocious Beast Star domain, which could potentially result in total annihilation. If there's no urgent need to leave the divine capital, it's better to stay here. After all, even though the divine capital faces the fiercest attacks, it also has the most divine kings and divine venerables. Relatively speaking, this is a safer place. The gathering place, 9 Elements Valley? A spark of determination flickered in Yi Chen's eyes as he nodded and asked, "Fellow Taoists, do you know where exactly this 9 Elements Valley is located?" 9 Elements Valley was situated tens of thousands of miles to the west of the region that Yi Chen was in, all within the range covered by a vast protective light barrier. These tens of thousands of miles of land were crucial to the divine capital of the 10,000 Beasts domain, brimming with a multitude of martial artists. Even if the vast majority of people would not leave lightly, there were still thousands gathered in 9 Elements Valley at this time, waiting for the next great battle to seize the opportunity to leave the 10,000 Beasts domain's divine capital for other domains. As Yi Chen arrived at the 9 Elements Valley, he found that the 9 Elements Valley was a small valley spanning dozens of miles, surrounded by 9 low mountains. The name 9 Elements Valley likely originated from this feature. After Yi Chen settled in the 9 Elements Valley, he saw various banners fluttering throughout the valley. These banners bore the names of places like Luoshen Mountain, Sky Crossing Territory, Eastward Territory, and other various domains. Under each named banner, there ranged from a few individuals to dozens or even hundreds gathered. Yi Chen understood that the names on these banners must be the destinations these gathered people intended to travel to together. Yi Chen's gaze swept across the valley, and instantly, he spotted a banner labeled with Feather God Mountain. Indeed, there were people intending to go to the Feather God Mountain, in the domain of the Feathered Spirit clan. Yi Chen saw that there were already 68 people gathered under the Feather God Mountain banner. This number was quite significant compared to other gathering places in the area. It seemed to be just as those martial artists from the 10,000 Beasts domain had said. Feather God Mountain was an important domain, frequented by many. Among the people gathered under the banner, The lowest realm was the God-King realm, and there was not a single true god among them. It's likely that martial artists at the true god level didn't dare take the risk to travel to other places during the Great Battle. Among these 68 people, there were 42 in the God-King realm, 11 in the Earth Divine Venerable realm, and 15 were Heavenly Divine Venerables. As for the Immortal Divine Venerables and those at the Sovereign level, not one was present. Indeed, someone of the Sovereign level intending to travel to other domains probably would not join others in a group journey. As for the Immortal Divine Venerables, there likely weren't many who would want to travel with others either. After surveying the group, Yichun directly flew down and joined the folks under the Feathered Spirit Clan banner. Originally, the 68 people under the banner were pleased to see someone else flying in. After all, the more people joined to move as a team, the greater the chances of safely reaching the destination. Naturally, they hoped for as many people as possible. However, upon realizing that Yichun was merely a lower god king, their faces showed disappointment. A lower god king was considered the lowest realm among this group of people. Adding him to the group, they knew, wouldn't significantly contribute to the team's safety. Chapter 838-Old Acquaintance. Under the blanket of disappointment, when Yichun arrived, no one came forward to welcome him. These 68 people were either conversing with each other or sitting and resting, each continuing with their own matters, seemingly completely oblivious to Yichun's arrival. Yichun saw the change in their eyes from anticipation to disappointment and shook his head with a smile. He knew that these people looked down on him simply because they saw that he was of the lower God-King realm. However, Yichun didn't mind this in the slightest. These people were strangers to him, and he was entirely unfamiliar with them. He was here only to accompany them together to the Feathered Spirit Clan, and nothing else mattered. Yichun had no intention of engaging in conversation with these people. He instead chose to sit down directly under the flag of the Feathered Spirit Mountain, to meditate and cultivate. Yichun was very composed, but Xiaojiu, hidden inside the ice snow jade pendant on Yichun, was pouting discontentedly about Yichun being ignored. Yichun, these people are really blind. They underestimate you just because you are a lower god king. If they had any idea about your real combat power, that you could even battle against many heavenly divine venerables, let's see if they dare to look down on you. Xiaojiu's indignation almost made Yichun want to pinch her cute little face. Now, in her human form, Xiaojiu's pretty face flushed red with anger, adding a touch of charm to her. Yichun sent a telepathic message to Xiaojiu with a smile. Keep it low profile, Xiaojiu. As long as we can safely reach the Feathered Spirit Clan, that's fine. Everything else is not important. Besides, my current strength is still quite insignificant compared to countless sovereign and immortal divine venerables emerging amidst the grand battles between the two great divine kingdoms. Yeah, forget about them, Xiaojiu murmured, understanding that Yichun didn't want to readily expose his combat power, and nodded slightly. However, her gaze towards Yichun was filled with determination. Yichun, even if the 10,000 Beasts domain has countless sovereign and immortal divine venerables, in my eyes, they don't compare to you. When you reach their age, your combat power will definitely surpass theirs, and perhaps by then, you'd have already entered the cosmic sea. While Yichun and Xiaojiu were silently communicating, more and more people continued to fly towards Nine Elements Valley. Among them, when a lower heavenly divine venerable approached the gathering area under the flag of Feathered Spirit Mountain, unlike the previous indifference towards Yichun, this time, a good half of the martial artists stood up with smiling faces to welcome the lower heavenly divine venerable. Clearly, the arrival of an earth divine venerable would surprise and delight these people, not to mention the emergence of a heavenly god realm powerhouse. Naturally, these people were very eager to greet the heavenly divine venerable. They showed disdain for Yichun, but for a lower heavenly divine venerable, a good half of them came forward to welcome him. In contrast, Xiaojiu was even more upset. However, remembering Yichun's words, Xiaojiu held her peace. Xiaojiu thought to herself, wait until you truly witness Yichun's combat power. Then you will understand how formidable he is. There were only 4 days left until the next grand battle outside the capital territories between the great divine kingdoms of the 10,000 Beasts domain and the ferocious Beast Star domain, and likewise, only 4 days until the gathered assembly in 9 Elements Valley would break through to other territories. For days were, of course, incredibly precious. Yi-chan had yet to cultivate the gourd sword and mysterious spirit thousand sword skills that he had obtained from Huyen Divine Master, as well as an important cultivation technique left by Long Li in his cave dwelling. Seizing the time, Yi-chan was engrossed in cultivation while waiting for the departure. As the day to head to the other territories drew closer, more and more people gathered at 9 Elements Valley. By the last day before departure, the number of people assembled at 9 Elements Valley had swelled from a few thousand to nearly 10,000. Under the flags indicating departure to various territories, crowds thronged with excitement. In some regions, the number of people heading there had even surged to 400 or 500, and the number of those bound for Feather God Mountain had also increased from over 60 to more than 240 at this moment. The majority of these people were divine kings and earth divine venerables, and although there were fewer heavenly divine venerables, their number had increased to 27. All in all, this was considered a team with considerable strength. If they did not encounter the main force of the ferocious Beast Star domain, they should be able to smoothly travel from the national capital to Feather God Mountain. What exhilarated everyone gathered under the Feather God Mountain flag was that, as the departure time drew closer, 2 lower Immortal Divine Venerables even joined their team in the end. Immortal Divine Venerables, figure second only to the Sovereign Realm. Their arrival truly transformed the combat power of the team. Under such circumstances, as long as they carefully avoided dangerous regions, they were assuredly very likely to reach Feather God Mountain safely. When the 2 lower Immortal Divine Venerables arrived, almost everyone under the Feather God Mountain flag was overjoyed, standing up to welcome these 2 Immortal Divine Venerables. Even martial artists from other regions, upon seeing 2 Immortal Divine Venerables joining the team headed for Feather God Mountain, were filled with immense envy. At this moment, Yi-chan, too, had awakened from his cultivation. Seeing the arrival of Immortal Divine Venerables, Yi-chan also felt a surge of joy within him. After all, with Immortal Divine Venerables in the team, they were surely equipped with high-grade flying boats, which would significantly increase the speed of their journey. That way, Yi-chan could also reach the Feathered Spirit Clan sooner to find Jiang Yao and Long Li. But what Yi-chan had not anticipated came later. When the day of the Great War arrived, the tremendous dome of light that enveloped tens of thousands of miles suddenly revealed numerous light portals, from which millions upon tens of millions of figures ascended from the capital. As countless god kings and venerables flew out following the portals, the massive war between the 2 great divine kingdoms had erupted. Boom! 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 At this time, the number of people gathered in 9 Elements Valley had reached over 10,000. These more than 10,000 people also stood up, excitedly exclaiming, "The Great War has started. The time has finally come for us to break through and travel from the capital to other regions. Let's go. Take advantage of the Great War and hurry to leave. The main focus of the ferocious Beast Star domain is on the war. They will not put much effort into chasing and killing us." In an instant, underneath each flag, a powerhouse brought out a flying boat. Martial artists flew onto the flying boats, following the millions of figures, through the light portals on the Great Dome of Light, flying outwards. Among the team bound for Feather God Mountain, where Yi-chan was, one of the 2 great Immortal Divine Venerables also directly activated a top-grade mysterious Heavenly Divine Armament flying boat. Yi-chan, along with the other 200 or so people headed for Feather God Mountain, all flew onto the flying boat. The entire flying boat was preparing to break out and hasten toward Feather God Mountain. Just then, an incredibly beautiful female figure suddenly appeared above the void in 9 Elements Valley. This extremely beautiful woman cast her gaze downward and saw the flying boat about to rush to Feather God Mountain. With a flicker, she landed within the flying boat bound for Feather God Mountain. When the breathtakingly beautiful woman suddenly appeared inside the flying boat, all the 240 or so passengers displayed ecstatic expressions. And Yi Chun himself showed an incredible look of delight. Chapter 839-The Great Battle and Breakthrough. Yu Ling. Yi Chun directly called out to this exceptionally beautiful woman. This exceptionally beautiful woman was none other than one of the 9 female divine venerables Yi Chun had previously met at the Undersea Divine Palace alongside Zhang Yao, accompanying Mrs. He, an upper immortal divine venerable, feather spirit divine venerable. Back then, when Yi Chun and Zhang Yao met Mrs. He and the 9 female divine venerables, Zhang Yao called them aunt, and Yi Chun followed suit. Yi Chun could never have imagined that he would encounter feather spirit divine venerable here in 9 Elements Valley.
Ye Chen.
The exceptionally beautiful woman, feather spirit divine venerable, seemed to have rushed to 9 Elements Valley due to some urgent matters. She only came aboard the flying boat because she saw it was headed to Feathered God Mountain. When she heard someone calling her name, she was slightly puzzled, but as she turned to look at the person calling her, seeing it was Yi Chun, Feather Spirit Divine Venerable was just as astonished as Yi Chun. Yi Chun, weren't you going to Wanmu Mountain Divine Nation? How did you end up in the 10,000 Beasts domain? Also, when we parted, you were just a heavenly saint. How have you broken through to the God King realm in just a little over a year? Upon seeing Yi Chun, Feather Spirit Divine Venerable's face was filled with a look of pleasant surprise. She immediately flew to Yi Chun, her fair hands grabbing his, her beautiful eyes incredulously surveying him up and down. At this moment, the other 240-odd people on the flying boat continuously glanced back and forth at Yi Chun and Feather Spirit Divine Venerable, their hearts thundering like a storm. What's going on? The reason they were originally thrilled when Feather Spirit Divine Venerable came aboard was because they realized that she was a powerfully formidable upper immortal divine venerable. Moreover, many of them recognized her, the greatly renowned Feather Spirit Divine Venerable, from the Feathered Spirit clan. An upper immortal divine venerable. She could indeed be considered a supreme expert in the divine venerate realm, second only to those in the sovereign realm. In situations where those in the sovereign realm rarely intervened, an upper immortal divine venerable could be said to be the strongest force in the wars between the 2 great divine nations. Under these circumstances, with Feather Spirit Divine Venerable boarding the flying boat and seemingly about to travel with them, it naturally made these people ecstatic. Among them, the 2 strongest individuals on the flying boat previously, the 2 lower immortal divine venerables, were also incredibly delighted to see Feather Spirit Divine Venerable. Feather Spirit Divine Venerable was quite a significant figure. Ever since her return to the Feathered Spirit clan, almost the entire clan recognized her. These 2 lower immortal divine venerables naturally recognized Feather Spirit Divine Venerable as well. Upon seeing Feather Spirit Divine Venerable arrive, they instantly stood up from their meditative postures on the flying boat and respectfully greeted Feather Spirit Divine Venerable. With Feather Spirit Divine Venerable accompanying them, their anxious hearts also completely relaxed. What completely astounded these 2 lower immortal divine venerables, along with the other 240-plus people on the flying boat, was that they had not noticed an ordinary lower god king directly calling Feather Spirit Divine Venerable as Aunt Yu Ling. Even more unexpectedly, the high and mighty Feather Spirit Divine Venerable even recognized this young lower god king. Without paying attention to anyone else, she flew directly in front of the young man, grabbed his hands, displaying an extraordinarily caring attitude. Clearly, the relationship between Feather Spirit Divine Venerable and this young man was absolutely extraordinary. In an instant, many people's hearts skipped a beat. Some of them had previously intentionally slighted Yi Chun, but now it seemed that this young man had quite a significant background. And when they heard what Feather Spirit Divine Venerable said to Yi Chun, these people's eyes widened in disbelief. What? This young man isn't from the 10,000 Beasts domain but had gone to Wanmu Mountain Divine Nation? Moreover, Feather Spirit Divine Venerable said he was a heavenly saint just over a year ago. For the martial artists of the 10,000 Beasts domain, this was simply unbelievable. To progress from the heavenly saint realm to the God King realm in just over a year, crossing over the 9 tribulations of a true god. Even in the countless years of the 10,000 Beasts domain, They had never heard of such fast cultivation achievements. Under the watchful eyes of Feather Spirit Divine Venerable, and the over 240 incredulous gazes surrounding them, Yi-chun only had one thought. He wanted to ask Feather Spirit Divine Venerable about Jiang Yao. Yi-chun knew that given the affection that Feather Spirit Divine Venerable and the 9 female Divine Venerables, along with Mrs. He, had for Jiang Yao, she must know Jiang Yao's situation in the 10,000 Beasts domain. However, by this time, the flying boat had already flown into the void, and the great battle outside was about to begin, marking the best opportunity to break through. Yi-chun took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to talk with Feather Spirit Divine Venerable, and said to her, "Aunt Yu-ling, we should prioritize leaving here first, and we can discuss the rest on our way to the Feathered Spirit Clan." Feather Spirit Divine Venerable also came back to her senses. She glanced at Yi-chun, smiling lightly and nodding her head. She then turned her head to look at the other 200-odd people on the flying boat, her gaze finally resting on the other 2 lower Immortal Divine Venerables. Seeing that Feather Spirit Divine Venerable noticed him, the 2 lower Immortal Divine Venerables hurriedly knelt before Feather Spirit Divine Venerable, saying, "Your humble servant, Menqua, pays respect to Feather Spirit Divine Venerable." Feather Spirit Divine Venerable nodded slightly towards the 2 men and said, "Whose flying boat is this?" Divine Venerable Mengyan hurriedly responded, "It belongs to the younger generation." Steer the flying boat well, leave the range of the ultimate heavenly artifact, Silin, and head towards Feather God Mountain. Feather Spirit Divine Venerable instructed Mengyan. Yes. Divine Venerable Mengyan dared not disobey the command of Feather Spirit Divine Venerable. Not to mention that Feather Spirit Divine Venerable is a truly powerful upper Immortal Divine Venerable, far surpassing him who had just broken through to the lower Immortal Divine Venerable stage. Merely the rumors about Feather Spirit Divine Venerable, who had been an upper Immortal Divine Venerable countless years ago and had followed the most powerful 9 stars sovereign, Mrs. He of the Feathered Spirit Clan, were enough to keep Divine Venerable Mengyan from having any thoughts of defiance. Divine Venerable Mengyan immediately focused all his attention on steering the flying boat. The flying boat, along with countless others, left the 9 Elements Valley void and flew away from the immense light dome above polar heaven. When the flying boat flew through the light hole above the immense light dome and arrived outside it, the sight before Yi-chun involuntarily plunged him into shock. Could be seen, outside the giant light dome, there was a vast expanse of heaven and earth, seemingly without end. At this moment, within this vast expanse, tens of millions of figures were engaged in fierce combat. These tens of millions of figures were split into 2 factions. One side had an ominous aura, fierce eyes, and also looked very brutal. These must be the martial artists from the ferocious Beast Star domain. The other side consisted of martial artists from the 10,000 Beasts domain. At this moment, a great battle erupted, with countless martial artists from these 2 divine nations embarking on another deadly battle. A battle involving tens of millions of people, and everyone was of God King level or Divine Venerable level in combat. This scene was absolutely unprecedented for Yi-chun. What shocked Yi-chun even more was that, as the flying boat flew at high speed, passing over the battlefield, Yi-chun looked into the distance and could continuously see huge light domes above polar heaven. At the same time, he could also see 2 armies fighting outside the huge domes. Clearly, the battles between the ferocious Beast Star domain and the 10,000 Beasts domain were not only happening in one place, they were happening in many parts of the divine country's capital. What was even more shocking to Yi-chun was, Yi-chun vaguely sensed that although both sides featured God King level and Divine Venerable level fighters in battle, he felt that there must be sovereign level figures, lurking in even more mysterious realms, overseeing and commanding the battles. These sovereign level figures were definitely not just one. And the sovereign level figures from both the 10,000 Beasts domain and the ferocious Beast Star domain definitely existed. Although this was only one battlefield in the capital region of the 10,000 Beasts domain, by analogy, Yi-chun could imagine how staggering the overall battle situation of the 2 great divine nations was. Spreading across the territories of the 2 great divine nations, these battlefields were likely countless. In such shocking circumstances, individual combat power seemed extremely insignificant. Even though Yi Chen's combat power was now at the heavenly divine venerable level, if he were to be thrown into this battle situation, he feared his own fate could not be controlled. What relieved Yi Chen's mind was that not knowing whether it was the commanders of the battles in the ferocious beast star domain focusing all their attention on the war with the 10,000 beasts domain, or fearing the hidden sovereign powers of the 10,000 beasts domain. Even though they could see that many flying boats were flying in all directions to escape to other realms of the 10,000 beasts domain during the battles, they did not pursue them. Instead, they focused all their attention on the ongoing battle between the two armies. In such circumstances, the flying boat that Yi Chen was on, after flying for about the time it takes to drink 2 cups of tea, finally left the battleground of the 10,000 beasts domain capital, arriving at a desolate and uninhabited area. And divine venerable Mengyan, the one steering the flying boat, must have already looked up the safe routes to Feather God Mountain. Once they left the capital of the 10,000 beasts domain, he immediately steered the flying boat, speeding through gaps between countless star continents. Only when the capital of the 10,000 beasts domain was no longer visible did the more than 200 people on the flying boat finally breathe a long sigh of relief. Even though they had yet to reach their destination. But at least their escape so far had been safe and uneventful. At this point, Yi Chen could no longer hold back, and he directly transmitted a message to Feather Spirit Divine Venerable, who was sitting beside him, asking, "Aunt Yuling, how is Zhang Yao now?" Seeing Yi Chen's extremely worried expression, Feather Spirit Divine Venerable was also taken aback. It seemed she thought of something, and smiling, she said, "Yi Chen, do you miss Yaoer that much, rushing to find her as soon as you break through to the Divine King Realm? You haven't even told me how you managed to break through to the Divine King Realm so quickly." Seeing Feather Spirit Divine Venerable's relaxed demeanor, Yi Chen's heart relaxed. If Feather Spirit Divine Venerable could be so relaxed, then surely Zhang Yao could not be in any trouble. Otherwise, given Feather Spirit Divine Venerable's affection for Zhang Yao, she would not be so relaxed. However, Yi Chen still wanted to know about Zhang Yao's situation. He quickly said to Feather Spirit Divine Venerable, "Aunt Yuling, indeed I went to Wanmu Mountain Star Domain, and later successfully joined the Supreme Divine Institute. In several opportunities, I smoothly broke through to the Divine King Realm and even obtained a star seal that allowed me to travel across star domains, which is how I could come here to the 10,000 Beasts domain." A star seal. Feather Spirit Divine Venerable's beautiful eyes trembled. "Yi Chen, it seems you've encountered no small opportunities. You're nearly on par with Yaoer." Chapter 840- News of the Two Women. Hearing Feather Spirit Divine Venerable mention Zhang Yao again, Yi Chen hurriedly asked, "Aunt Yuling, there was a young girl named Long Li from the Wanmu Mountain Divine Nation who came to the 10,000 Beasts domain looking for Zhang Yao. Do you know about this?" Long Li used to frequently send messages back to the Wanmu Mountain Divine Nation. "She also mentioned that she was with Zhang Yao," she said. "But, for quite a long time recently, Long Li hasn't sent any news about her and Zhang Yao. I was very worried, so I hurried to the 10,000 Beasts domain to look for them. Aunt Yuling, Zhang Yao, she's okay, right?" Seeing Yi Chen's worried expression, Feather Spirit Divine Venerable gently smiled. She said, "Yaoer, she's fine." Feather Spirit Divine Venerable's gaze drifted to the front, her tone filled with absolute confidence. "Yi Chen, don't worry. In the 10,000 Beasts domain, with Grandma's protection, even the sovereign of the 10,000 Beasts domain's divine nation would not be able to harm Yaoer in the slightest. Even if it's the midst of a grand battle between the two great divine nations. Even if the ferocious beast star domain sends countless sovereigns to invade our Feathered Spirit clan, Grandma would not let them harm Yaoer." The words of Feather Spirit Divine Venerable finally let Yi Chen's suspended heart completely relax. The affection Mrs. He and the 9 female Divine Venerables had for Zhang Yao, he had once experienced at the Undersea Divine Palace. Now, hearing Feather Spirit Divine Venerable's protective remarks for Zhang Yao, Yi Chen could feel that Feather Spirit Divine Venerable's words were absolutely not exaggerated. It's likely that even if the sovereign of the 10,000 Beasts domain's divine nation really had a conflict with Zhang Yao, Mrs. He would turn against the sovereign to look after Zhang Yao. Of course, that is just an assumption. Yi-chun knows how gentle Jiang Yao is. She wouldn't just casually cause trouble for Mrs. He and the others. With his heart at ease, a smile also appeared on Yi-chen's face. He then asked Feather Spirit Divine Venerable, Aunt Yu Ling, Jiang Yao is in the Feathered Spirit clan, right? I haven't seen her for a long time. I can finally meet her this time. At this time, however, Feather Spirit Divine Venerable shook her head. Yi-chun, Yaoer. She is not currently in the Feathered Spirit clan. Not in the Feathered Spirit clan? Where did she go? Yi-chun was startled. Feather Spirit Divine Venerable said, In this past year, although I left the Feathered Spirit clan, due to an important matter and have been staying in the capital all this time, I have kept in touch with Grandma and the others. Grandma said that after Yaoer came to Feather God Mountain, she has been diligently cultivating. Upon saying this, Feather Spirit Divine Venerable also looked at Yi-chan and smiled. Yaoer has been cultivating so hard. She must also want to meet you sooner.
Ye-chan nodded.
He knew Jiang Yao's intentions. When he and Jiang Yao parted, the reluctance in Jiang Yao's eyes almost melted his heart. At that time, both of them made an oath to diligently cultivate and reunite at the earliest. Feather Spirit Divine Venerable continued. Originally, Yaoer was cultivating at Feather God Mountain. Later, the girl you mentioned called Long Li came to find her. I don't know what Long Li told Yaoer, but the two youngsters then went together to the most precious cultivation spot of Feather God Mountain to cultivate. Later on, the two of them left Feather God Mountain together and went to the incredibly mysterious realm in the 10,000 Beasts domain, Ice Emperor Realm. According to Grandma, that girl named Long Li has a very mysterious background. She seems to have no ill intentions towards Yaoer. In fact, her arrival probably brought Yaoer some good fortune. Based on Grandma's use of the great divine power to deduce, the reason why there's been no news from those two girls could very likely be that they have entered the Zishuan Treasure Palace. Zishuan Treasure Palace. Upon hearing this term, Yi-chen's face showed shock. At this moment, Feather Spirit Divine Venerable also said to Yi-chun, Yi-chan, from your expression, it seems you remember what the Zishuan Treasure Palace is, right?
Ye-chan nodded.
He would certainly not forget what the Zishuan Treasure Palace is. Originally, in the Minor Spirit Realm, after he and Jiang Yao had together braved the great calamity of the Undersea Divine Palace, Mrs. He, the East Territory King and Elder Kudu, the three sovereigns, joined forces trying to help Jiang Yao investigate the disappearance of the Divine Phoenix clan. They found that mysterious ice cave. However, they did not find any trace of the missing members of the Divine Phoenix clan. At that time, Elder Kudu and the East Territory King said that the mysterious ice cave was the supreme secret of the Wanmu Mountain Divine Nation, related to the secret left by an existence that surpasses the sovereign level. And at that time, Mrs. He also mentioned, just like the mysterious ice cave in the Wanmu Mountain Divine Nation, in the 10,000 Beasts domain, there was also the extremely mysterious Zishuan Treasure Palace. This Zishuan Treasure Palace, just like the mysterious ice cave, cannot be entered without fated opportunity, but once someone enters, it is said they could obtain something left behind by an existence that surpasses the sovereign. At the time when Yi-chan heard about the Zishuan Treasure Palace, he knew this palace, just like the mysterious ice cave, must be one of some secret places left by a powerful existence such as the ZG Star Lord. Yi-chan never imagined that after Jiang Yao came to the 10,000 Beasts domain, she would enter the Zishuan Treasure Palace with Long Li. Doesn't this mean not only are the two of them safe and sound, but they might also encounter a life-changing opportunity? Yi-chan is aware of Long Li's mystery. His star's tower only began to resonate when he encountered Long Li. Later, Long Li told him that she possessed a mysterious object, also left by an existence that surpasses the sovereign, which was the Star Luo God Ring. Just the Star Luo God Ring, being able to cause the star's tower to resonate was enough for Yi-chan to realize. The person who left the Star Luo God Ring for Long Li is definitely no weaker than the ZG Star Lord. Now, Yi-chun already knows that the ZG Star-Lord is an absolutely pinnacle Star-Lord level existence in the cosmic sea. Thus, obviously, standing behind Long Li, there must be at least one Star-Lord level great figure. Under such circumstances, for Long Li and Jiang Yao to obtain the opportunity to enter the Zishuan Treasure Palace is not out of the question. Yu Ling, are you sure that Jiang Yao and Long Li entered the Zishuan Treasure Palace? Could it be that they encountered some other danger, which is why there has been no news? Even though Mrs. He said there was a great possibility that the two women had entered the Zishuan Treasure Palace. Since it wasn't 100% certain, Yi-chun still couldn't help but worry. Seeing Yi-chen's concern for Jiang Yao, Feather Spirit Divine Venerable was also quite pleased in her heart. However, upon hearing that Yi-chun was also repeatedly mentioning Long Li, Feather Spirit Divine Venerable felt slightly curious. She did not know what kind of relationship Yi-chun had with Long Li. In her communication with Mrs. He, Feather Spirit Divine Venerable also learned that Long Li was an exceptionally beautiful little girl, even younger than Jiang Yao and highly regarded by Mrs. He as well. Although curious about the relationship between Yi-chun and Long Li, Feather Spirit Divine Venerable did not ask directly. With a cultivation level as profound as Feather Spirit Divine Venerable, her experiences were already extraordinary. She understood that matters concerning young people like Yi-chun were not something she should meddle with. As long as Yi-chun did not let Jiang Yao down, she would not say anything. In response to Yi-chun's inquiries, Feather Spirit Divine Venerable answered with a smile. Yi-chun, in terms of concern for Yao's safety, grandmother's worry is definitely not any lesser than yours. Although grandmother does not dare to guarantee that Yao has definitely entered the Zishuan Treasure Palace, grandmother does say that Yao is certainly 100% safe. Moreover, grandmother mentioned that with that little girl Long Li together with Yao, there is even less reason to worry. Even if beings surpassing the sovereign encountered them, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to inflict any harm on them. Hearing this, Yi-chun was deeply shocked. He had not expected Mrs. He to hold Long Li in such high regard. Could Mrs. He have also learned about something left on Long Li by this Star-Lord? Or did Mrs. He sense some secret about Long Li? Yi-chun, of course, had an absolute understanding of Long Li's strength. Even though his current combat power enabled him to fight with a heavenly divine venerable, he was still far inferior to Long Li. Yi-chun had heard that when Long Li was in the God King realm, she defeated not a few superior heavenly divine venerables. Now that she has broken through to the realm of Earth Divine Venerable, she is probably even able to confront an immortal Divine Venerable. Especially since Yi-chun knew that Long Li's control over the blue extreme ice flame far surpassed his own. It was precisely because of this that Long Li was able to save him from the backlash of the blue extreme ice flame in the past. The blue extreme ice flame definitely also greatly enhanced Long Li's combat power. It's not just about Long Li's own combat power anymore. Yi-chun always felt that there were even deeper secrets about Long Li. After all, the fact that figures like the Northern Territory King and Sovereign Shuechen were so fond of her, and that the two sovereigns were at ease letting Long Li come to the 10,000 Beasts domain by herself, showed that Long Li surely had exceedingly powerful means of protecting herself. Thinking this, Yi-chun finally completely relaxed in his heart. Mrs. He could guarantee that Jiang Yao and Long Li were now 100% safe, and with Long Li's strong combat power, plus Yi-chun's understanding of Long Li who had relations with him, and had come to the 10,000 Beasts domain wishing to explain things to Jiang Yao. With Long Li's temperament, she would surely protect Jiang Yao in every possible way and wouldn't harm Jiang Yao in the slightest. Under these circumstances, there was indeed nothing that could threaten them. However, I have already come here, so I still want to make an effort to see them. After I go to the Feather Spirit clan to pay my respects to Mrs. He and several aunts, I will then head to the Ice Emperor realm, mentioned by Aunt Yu Ling to find Jiang Yao and the others. Yi-chun made up his mind. In the 10,000 Beasts domain, within the vast depths of the ocean of the Ice Emperor realm, a purple Shen-colored treasure palace drifted. At this moment, Jiang Yao and Long Li, whom Yi-chun was concerned about, were inside this purple Shen-colored treasure palace. Within the internal world of the Zishuan treasure palace, there was a place with countless steps and cultivation platforms. After every tens of thousands of steps, there was a platform, and above each platform, there were more steps leading to even higher platforms. Right now, Long Li was seated cross-legged and cultivating below countless steps. Jiang Yao, on the other hand, had already stood on the 30th level high platform. The aura of the realm upon Jiang Yao had long since transformed from the heavenly saint realm to the level of a nine tribulations true god. Jiang Yao continued to climb higher without ceasing. There was an unyielding resolve in the girl's eyes. The image of the young man in her heart inspired her never to give up, continuously advancing in this mysterious place. Yi Chen, wait for me to come out. Jiang Yao's murmuring voice carried absolute hope and determination. From the capital of the 10,000 Beasts domain to Feather God Mountain, even with the top-quality mysterious heavenly divine armament flying boat provided by Divine Venerable Meng Yan, it still required a full half-month of flight. Along the way, Yi Chun and his companions remained safe and sound. Even when encountering small squads from the ferocious Beast Star domain, under the watch of 3 immortal Divine Venerables, especially with Feather Spirit Divine Venerable as the powerful upper immortal Divine Venerable present, Yi Chun and his group faced no danger at all. Along the way, they frequently encountered powerful ancient beasts from the 10,000 Beast Star domain pursuing the flying boat. Some of these ancient beasts were handled cleanly by Heavenly Divine Venerables and Earth Divine Venerables without the need for the Immortal Divine Venerables to take action. After 11 days of flight, the group finally arrived at a place known as the Black Crow Continent.